Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Son of the Sun in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 86. The Akatsuki Invasion, Part 4. Or The Wrath of God. Shinra Tensei. Once again, Jiraiya was blown away by Pain's signature jutsu in his futile attempt at getting close to him. He managed to land on his feet, sliding across the ground, until he finally came to a stop. Jiraiya glared at his stoic rival, and gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it! Ninjutsu won't work since that other body will absorb it, Jiraiya thought, as his eyes drifted towards the fat Pain for a moment. And whenever I try to get close, he blows me away. What the hell can I do? Come on, Jiraiya-chan. We have to keep trying. Shima encouraged, though even the old toad was started to become frustrated and a little tad desperate. We can't just try the same thing over and over again, Jiraiya replied. We must think something new. I believe it's my turn to attack, then, Pain stated, and the body that looked like a puppet stepped forward. His right arm opened up, revealing a cannon, which started to gather chakra, before firing a barrage of beams at Jiraiya. Shit, shit, shit. Jiraiya cursed, as he tried to run away from the rain of deadly beams of blue light. And on top of that, the Hokage sensed two more Pain bodies trying to ambush him while he fled. Fortunately, he had a defensive measure against such attack. His hands blurred through hand seals. Ma, stay close. Kneeled Jizo. Jiraiya's hair doubled in size and volume, while it hardened into a spiky form, and quickly wrapped around the toad sage, forming a protective shell around him covered in sharp spikes. One of the Pain bodies managed to break in time, but the other couldn't, and impaled itself against the hair spikes. And that's not all. Jiraiya shouted, while making a single hand seal. Hair needle barrage. Jiraiya fired a wave of his sharp, hardened hairs in every direction, causing all the Pain bodies around him to scatter, and killing the one who was unable to stop his attack, the one with long, loose hair. The other Pain who did stop in time took its mangled body, and ran away. Wait a minute, those two. Jiraiya thought, upon focusing on their respective faces for a couple seconds. Jiraiya-chan, focus. Shima's high-pitched shrill didn't allow him to ponder on his thoughts. And it was a good thing he wasn't, since the main Pain body was heading right straight for him. Once again, he made the same hand seal, and fired another barrage of hardened hair strands at the body of his former pupil. Shinra Tensei. Once again, Pain's gravity blast was powerful enough to repel Jiraiya's attack, and continued his charge forward. A black rod emerged from under his sleeve, and grabbed it as if it was a sword. Jiraiya, however, wasn't going to let him get that close. Ma, together. Fire release, flame toad bullet. Ma expelled from her mouth a stream of oil, which Jiraiya ignited with his fire jutsu, resulting in a wide, large wave of fire that threatened to reduce the Akatsuki leader to ashes. While Jiraiya expected Pain to repel this attack as well and hopefully find an opening to strike him for good, Pain instead did something he didn't expect. The Akatsuki stabbed the rod in the ground in order to break his momentum, while also using it as a springboard to jump aside in order to dodge the incoming fire. Jiraiya-chan, did you see that? Ma asked. Yeah, I noticed, Jiraiya replied. He dodged it instead of using that gravity attack. That means that he can't use it non-stop. There must be an interval of a few seconds before he can use that attack again. Then all we need to do is strike him during that window of opportunity, and he will go down. An excited Ma cheered. A cacophony of whistles warned the two sages of a barrage of missiles coming at them. However, they were intercepted by a couple of kunai with explosive tags attached to them, making them to detonate prematurely. As that happened, Anko landed beside Jiraiya. Nice save, Anko, Jiraiya thanked her. Don't sweat it, the snake mistress replied, a bit out of breath. Man, these guys are though. They're Rinnegan bearers. We can't expect anything less, Jiraiya said. Suddenly, both Jiraiya and Anko were alerted by a huge explosion of smoke that happened at the other side of the village. Jiraiya sensed a massive chakra signature appearing on that same spot, whose chakra signature shouldn't exist, since it only existed within his godson. Hokage-sama. Anko stuttered in shock, upon seeing what emerged from the cloud of smoke. So, those bastards brought the Nine Tails as reinforcements, the Sannin said, gritting his teeth. That very moment, a couple of Katsuya clones appeared, and jumped onto Jiraiya and Anko's free shoulder. The snake mistress visibly flinched. Yikes. What the? Don't be afraid, the slug said. I'm a clone of Katsuyu, and I'm here on Tsunade-sama's behalf. Every help is welcomed, Katsuyu-san, Jiraiya said with a nod. How's Tsunade-heim? She also entered Sage mode and is on her way to face the Nine Tails, the slug explained. I believe she's currently the best suited to deal with a threat of such magnitude. She won't be able to do it alone, we need to assist her as soon as possible. Jiraiya stated. Don't even think about leaving this fight, sensei, Pain coldly stated, as he and the other bodies that shared his being closed onto him. You have nobody but yourself to blame for what's going to happen. I thought that Takigakuer would be seen as a warning of what means to oppose us, but alas, you decide to ignore it. By the end of the day, Konoha won't exist anymore. Jiraiya turned around, and cast Pain a determined look. You're so sure of yourself, don't you? Let me tell you something, Nagato. The Nine Tails already attacked Konoha once, and we managed to survive, Jiraiya defiantly said. This time it won't be different. If you think so, Pain said, his tone remaining the same. Then let you and your ninja's actions prove me wrong, rather than words. It will be my pleasure. At that moment, far away from Jiraiya and Pain, the Nine Tails laid waste to the already wrecked ninja village, while Kakashi's animal squad, Rin, and a few nearby ninjas tried to hold the gigantic fox, without much success. Come on, Nine Tails, crush them. Crush them all. Obito ordered his enslaved beast, as he stood on top of its head. The Nine Tails let out a deafening roar, before delivering a claw swipe forward. Fortunately, the Konoha ninjas were able to jump back and dodge it. Even then, it packed so much force, it created a shockwave that not only hurled them backwards, but it wrecked nearby buildings as well. Shit. How the hell are going to fight that thing? Kiba complained. To think that Sasuke-kun's team fought against this as well with almost no backup. Tamaki said, before she realized something. Rin, you were with Sasuke-kun that other time. What did you do to defeat this thing? We didn't defeat it. Rin replied, clearly panicked. And even then, we had the help of a Jinchuriki with perfect control of her tailed beast. We have no such thing here. For the time being, we'll have to work with what we have, Kakashi calmly said, as his Sharingan eyed Obito, before he looked at his other former teammate. We do know Wood Release can subdue the tailed beasts. Rin, you're our only hope now. Alright, but I don't know if I'm powerful enough to subdue it on my own, Rin said unsure, before she also looked at Obito. She then shook her head, pushing away all her doubts, and adopting a determined expression. No, I can't afford to hesitate. I will stop that beast, you can count on me. I won't let Obito harm anybody else. Very well then. Kiba, Tamaki, cover her and keep her safe. I'll take down Obito, Kakashi stated. Given that it was him who summoned the Nine Tails, the summoning will be undone if the summoner is neutralized. Okay, leave Rin in our hands, Kiba said, before smirking. Or pause. We won't fail you, sensei, Tamaki added. I know you won't, Kakashi said, smiling under his mask. Now go. The three of them nodded, and contrary to what their self-preservation instincts screamed, ran towards the rampaging giant fox, though they stopped at a cautionary distance. Rin stared at the best, and sighed. This would be easier if I had time to complete my sage training. The medic nin lamented, before making a series of hand seals. But wallowing in regret won't help anybody. I'll have to do my best. Wood Release, Nativity of a World of Trees. The ground started to shake, and a multitude of trees started to emerge under the Nine Tails and around it, the closest ones wrapping their branches around his legs, body and neck, immobilizing it completely. The Nine Tails tried to break free, letting out another thunderous roar, but was unable to. Good job, Rin. You did it. Kiba praised. Rin, however, fell to one knee, her hands still locked in a seal. She was knitted heavily, and beads of sweat ran through her face. That was more exhausting than I thought, the medic Nin said between pants. I had to expend more than half my chakra on that jutsu alone, and I don't even know how long will it last. It's okay, Rin. You did far more than any of us could, Tamaki reassured, patting the other brown-haired girl in the back, before looking back at the beast. Now it's all on Kakashi-sensei. And indeed, just as Tamaki said those words, Kakashi climbed through the newly formed trees at lightning speed, until he finally reached the Nine-Tails head. His hand crackled with electricity, as he prepared his signature ability to end the life of whom was once his comrade and best friend. Lightning Blade. Obito, however, sidestepped while grabbing the wrist of the hand that was channeling the jutsu, and used Kakashi's own momentum against him by hurling him away. Kakashi, however, managed to land on his feet on one of the trees around the Kyubi, and shot himself again towards Obito. Obito repeated the same maneuver as before, but didn't realize that Kakashi's momentum was much greater, and even if the copy ninja failed to pierce the Akatsuki with his attack, he managed to push him out of the Nine-Tails head. Don't think that you can escape from our duel just because you summoned that monster, Kakashi said in an icy cold tone. You think I need to escape from you? Obito asked, sounding indignant, while kicking Kakashi away from him. Ha! I welcome this chance of getting my eye back. I thought you say that you didn't regret giving it to me. Kakashi mockingly asked, as he made several hand seals. Wind release, vacuum blades. Kakashi exhaled several blades of wind through his mouth. Obito's Sharingan quickly analyzed their trajectory, and allowed the Uchiha to nimbly dodge them. Given how much of an annoyance you're turning out to be, I changed my mind, Obito angrily replied. It's not polite to ask for a gift you gave yourself freely, Kakashi replied, as he landed on his feet, before he made a hand seal. Shadow Clone Jutsu. A clone popped besides Kakashi, and the two of them started to make hand seals as well. Fire Release, Great Fireball Jutsu. Wind Release, Great Breakthrough. Kakashi exhaled a fireball at Obito, while his clone blew a powerful gust of wind from his mouth. The two attacks merged into a massive firestorm that quickly engulfed Obito. After a few seconds the massive fire quickly receded, revealing nothing but a hole underground. The copy ninja immediately knew what this meant. I need to stop him before he can attack, Kakashi said, as his hands quickly flew through hand seals. Lightning Release, Breaking Thunderbolt. Kakashi closed his hand into a fist, which started to crackle with electricity. He then slammed said fist down, sinking it into the ground, releasing lightning bolts everywhere, which shattered the ground as they traveled. It produced the desired effect when Obito was forced to appear in the surface before he had intended. Kakashi smirked under his mask, and went for the kill. Lightning Blade. Obito barely had time to react before Kakashi's electrified palm pierced his whole torso, impaling his heart. Obito wheezed, as his eyes grew wide while his irises shrunk. Kakashi let out a sigh of both relief and sorrow as the electricity on his hand died out. He shot Obito a look full of pity and regret. Obito. I'm sorry this had to end this way, Kakashi said. Obito didn't say anything, just stood there, immobile, with his eyes threatening to jump out of their sockets, as he clung to his last bits of life. However, Kakashi realized that something was wrong. He didn't hear the Nine Tails vanishing. What was going on? Kakashi, watch out! He suddenly heard Rin shout. That's not the real Obito. Obito's eyes turned back to normal, and smirked. You will be sorry, Kakashi, Obito said, as he grabbed Kakashi's arms, stopping the silver-haired Jonin from pulling it out of the Uchiha's body, leaving him trapped. Obito then lost all color, as his clothes and skin started to turn in what appeared to be tree bark. A wood clone, Kakashi said, realizing of the mistake too late. Don't tell me he wanted to. He wants to liberate the Nine Tails. Rin shouted again. And indeed, what he presumed was the real Obito appeared near the trapped Nine Tails. He then threw Sevial Kunao with explosive tags attached to them at the trees that kept it trapped. Kiba and Tamaki dashed at the Uchiha, but he was able to detonate all the explosives before they could get close, destroying some of the trees. Even if the giant fox wasn't completely free, he was able to break the rest of his wooden bindings on his own. What was what sensei used to say, Kakashi? Obito asked in a mocking tone. To look underneath the underneath? That's a lesson few ninjas take seriously nowadays. Sasuke Uchiha and his teammates made the same mistake you just did. Rin, can you summon more trees? Kakashi asked, trying to sound confident, but desperation was palpable in his voice. I'm afraid not, Rin replied, shaking her head, and panting a little. I poured more than half my chakra into that jutsu. I may have the first Hokage's DNA spliced into mine, but I'm not him. I'll need some time until I can regenerate my chakra. It's okay, Rin, you did what you could, Kakashi thanked his teammate, before his eyes focused again on Obito and his enslaved beast. Then we'll need to buy so that time until then. Like hell I'm going to let you. Obito shouted. Nine tails, time for a tailed beast ball. Wipe them from the face of this world. The nine tails opened its jaws, and blue and red chakra particles started to gather, forming a dark purple energy orb that grew in size each second. Neither Kakashi nor his students had ever seen a tailed beast ball in action, but they knew that its destructive power was enough to level an entire village. Even a low-powered one could ravage several street blocks. We need to stop that thing from firing. Tamaki urged. I'll use Kamui to send it to another dimension. Kakashi said, as he made a hand seal, while focusing his Mangekyo Sharingan on the forming energy ball. Are you sure you want to do that? Obito asked, laughing. Remember that you send one of your students there in order to stop me from using Kamui. And I don't think you plan to sacrifice him like that, do you, Kakashi? Kakashi remained frozen in place, but he was no longer preparing the Kamui. He felt as if he'd been splashed by cold water. Shino. He was so focused on Obito and ending the fight, that he had forgotten about him. And sadly, Obito was right. Even if his sacrifice could save hundreds of lives, he couldn't send one of his students to his death so easily. He was better than that. So, what's going to be, Kakashi? Obito asked, clearly relishing in the painful dilemma that he had put his former teammate in. Well, too late to do anything now. The ball finished charging, and the fox was ready to fire it in his general direction. However, before he could do that, a yellow blur fell from the sky, and landing onto the Nine-Tails' head, slamming his head into the ground, and forcing his jaws shut. He was forced to swallow the tailed beast ball, which exploded inside his body. When he opened his jaws, it let out a massive tower of smoke. It seems I arrived just in time, the newcomer said. Tsunade-sama! Tamaki cried, upon seeing the Sannin. Finally, some heavy hitters. Kakashi was also thankful that Tsunade had arrived. He noticed that the slug Sannin had red marking around her eyes, which were now golden rather than hazel. One of Katsuyu's mini clones was on her shoulder. Sage mode, Kakashi observed. If Tsunade-sama was strong before, I can't imagine the height of her power now. And she isn't the only one here. Another voice said, this one belonging to Naruto. The Jinchuriki was also in sage mode. Good, we could make it in time, son, Tsunade said, before she looked at Obito, and smirked. Hey, brat, remember me? How about if I finish what I started the day of the Uchiha insurrection? Yeah, and you nearly lost your life in the fight, Obito angrily replied. You might have sage mode now, but that is no match for the power of the strongest tailed beast. Meanwhile, in the skies above Konoha, the aerial duel between Kurane, Haku, and Deidara continued. While Haku tried to keep the two explosive clay hive queens while the Genjutsu mistress focused her efforts on the blonde Akatsuki. Die already! Deidara screamed, as he created multiple clay bats, which quickly flew towards the raven-haired woman. The bats quickly surrounded her. She tried to swat them away, without any success. Deidara then made a hand seal. Boom! A chain of explosions engulfed the Genjutsu mistress and her giant ice bird. Deidara smirked, as he looked around, trying to see where Haku was. Alright, one bitch down, another one to go. He cheerfully said. However, before he could proceed, he noticed something weird. The smoke created by his explosions didn't dissipate. Far from it, it was now condensing into a cloud, almost forming into something, like it was alive. Then, the cloud split into smaller clouds, and each cloud grew in size while taking the form of Kurenai riding that giant ice bird once again. "Your so-called art is useless against me," all the Kurenai said in unison, as they began to fly in circles around him. "What the hell's going on?" the frustrated Akatsuki asked, looking around, before he finally realized it. "Oh, I see. A fucking genjutsu." He brought his hands together in a seal, and after a burst of chakra, the genjutsu disappeared and reality returned back to normal, revealing only one Kurenai. "You really like to mock my art, yet your shitty illusions fail to harm me in any way," Deidara angrily shouted. "Genjutsu is more dangerous than most people give credit for," Kurenai calmly replied. "For it makes one to doubt what is real and what is not. From this point onwards, you won't be able to fight me without wondering if what's going on is really happening or not." "Those are some big words right there, but big words alone will do you no good," Deidara replied. "Besides, beating genjutsu specialist is easy. I only need to find anything out of the ordinary, and keep my chakra undisturbed. As long as I'm able to do that, you won't be able to touch me." "You sound rather confident for somebody who clearly had no prior experience fighting against a genjutsu specialist," Kurenai retorted. "That's it, unless we count our brief clash in the land of the rivers. I could say the same about you. Let me show you why Iwa's explosion core are feared across the elemental nations," Deidara shouted, as he commanded his clay dragon to attack. Said clay dragon started to shoot explosive projectiles at the fleeing Kurenai, which she was barely allowed to dodge. As this happened, Deidara's hand-mouth spat another blow of clay, which instantly grew in size and took the shape of a bird with a rather long neck, round body, and tiny wings. "Okay, and this for dash," Deidara was about to say, before he saw Kurenai turning around and flying back at him while making hand seals. "Oh no, you aren't going to catch me off guard with that again." "Release." Deidara preemptively sent a burst of chakra through his body to undo whatever genjutsu was she casting before it could take hold of his mind. "Like I was saying, this is for my man Sasori. Die." Wind release, great breakthrough. Kurenai blew a gust of wind from her mouth that not only pushed the projectile back, but it carried so much force it hurled the clay dragon backwards, almost making the Akatsuki fall to the ground. "Shit, she was using ninjutsu instead of genjutsu," Deidara said, gritting his teeth in anger. "Enough with your trickery. Fight me like a real ninja, you coward." "I'm fighting like a real ninja," Kurenai said, shrugging in an almost comical way. "Ninjas use deception and trickery to achieve victory, while samurai tend to fight up front. But guess that your love for big flashy explosions made you forget that. I'm going to show you how much I love my big flashy explosions," Deidara said, before taking a chink of his special clay, and feed it to his actual mouth rather than the one in his mouths. After chewing it a few times, he spat the glob upwards, while making 3 hand seals. Explosion release, harbingers of devastation. The multiple globs of clay appeared alongized the original, and all of them started to grow and change its shape, resembling deformed humoid figures with wings on their back. Release. Deidara once again disturbed his own chakra just in case Kurenai tried to put him under a genjutsu. "Now go and get her." The winged humoids all flew in formation towards Kurenai, moving as fast as birds of prey. The genjutsu mistress was left with no other option but to flee, and try to counter-attack. So far, she knew that making them explode prematurely was a valid tactic. As she commanded the ice bird to fly away, her hands rushed through hand seals. Earth release, crushing avalanche. Multiple rocks appeared between Kurenai and the explosive figures, before they launched themselves at the latter. However, the figures skillfully dodged the attack as they had mind of their own. "You can't hope to outmaneuver my intelligent bombs," Deidara boasted, as his dragon flew above Kurenai. "Now die already." Deidara's dragon shot another explosive missile at Kurenai. She quickly tossed a kunai with an explosive tag attached to it in order to detonate it prematurely. And while she soused at doing that, she was unable to stop the explosive flying figurines for closing onto her. "Damn, this is bad." Kurenai panicked as, seeing no other options, jumped from the ice bird before 2 of her assailants exploded near it, shattering it to tiny bits of ices. "Haha, yes. Now wait until she splats against the ground. Deidara said with a sadistic glee. However, that moment, a second giant bird made of ice swooped in, and caught the genjutsu mistress in time. Oh come on. Thank you, Haku, Kurane said, sighing in relief. That was a close one. Don't mention it, the ice ninja replied. Did you get rid of those clay insects? Kurane asked. They gave me far more trouble than I thought, but in the end I prevailed, Haku replied, sounding a little proud. I guess this Akatsuki also proved to be a more formidable opponent than we initially thought. Your guess is a correct one, Kurane replied. But maybe between the two of us, we can bring him down for good. Haha, you idiots. If you have your flying mount carry 2 people, it will fly much slower. Deidara laughed. Now go, my creations. Turn them into pieces of art. The remaining flying suicide bombers obeyed, and dived at the 2 Konoha ninjas. Haku, those things know how to dodge ninjutsu, Kurane told her student. But your elemental jutsu have a wider area of effect than mine. Maybe you can bring them down. I'll try, Haku said, as he switched places with Kurane so he could face the incoming flying figurines better. He made several hand seals as fast as he could. Ice release, breath of winter. Haku exhaled a gust of extremely cold, misty air. The clay beings noticed the attack, and they started to spread out in an attempt to avoid it. However, like Kurane said, the area of effect was larger than average, and they ended up moving away not just from the Konoha ninjas, but from each other as well. What the hell are you doing, you idiots? Deidara screamed. But he had no time to berate his artificial creations, since the ice bird with Kurane and Haku was now flying towards him. This is our chance to attack. Kurane said, as she and Haku started making a hand seals. An ice mirror appeared besides Haku, and the land of water native entered it as if it was a portal. You won't catch me off guard with your pathetic ambush. Deidara replied, as he sent yet another burst of chakra to disturb his network, cancelling Kurane's jutsu before it could take root in his brain. A cold breeze warned Deidara of an attack from above, and just like he expected, a second ice mirror formed around him, with Haku emerging from it, several senbon in his right hand. Too slow. Deidara, showing that explosions wasn't the only thing he was good at, gracefully sidestepped the attack, grabbed Haku by his arm and forearm, and used his own momentum to toss him away. Fortunately for Haku, Kurane was there to repay him the favor and saved him before he could crash against the floor. Your pathetic skills can't measure up to my art. Deidara boasted. Now, it's time for you to Deidara stopped on his tracks when he noticed bits of frost forming around his hand. The frost started to grow and spread, freezing his body as it grew, slowly encasing the Iwakage missing ninja inside a block of ice. What the hell? How did you? Deidara shouted in anger, as he quickly lost all mobility. Shit, this is bad. I need to get the hell out of here. Deidara tried to maneuver his clay dragon into flying away, but with all the ice getting in the way, he was unable to, and the artificial beast started to wildly fly in erratic patterns, before it dived towards the forest surrounding the village, and crashed there. Should we go after him? Haku asked. Kurane nodded. Yes. We need to kill or capture every Akatsuki member when there's a chance. Hopefully, we'll be able to take him alive for interrogation. Understood, Haku said with a nod. I think he fell over there. By the way, nice genjutsu there, Kurane praised. I didn't even know you could place a genjutsu in such a small window of opportunity. Haku's mouth curved into a smile. Turn out, when he was about to attack Deidara he pretended to go for a physical attack, when in reality he put the Akatsuki under a genjutsu. And due to the nature of said genjutsu, Deidara wouldn't realize immediately that the ice was merely an illusion. Thank you, Haku replied. Let's hope we can do the same with the other Akatsuki attacking the village. Jiraiya jumped away just in time before being crushed by a giant panda bear, with the ponytail sporting Pain riding atop its head. Jiraiya's hands flew through hand seals as he prepared a fire jutsu. Fire release, greater flame bullet. Jiraiya breathed a stream of oil that instantly ignited, turning into a stream of fire that engulfed the gigantic bear. He could hear something that sounded like rocks fathering together and becoming compact, before the panda walked through the fire completely unscathed. His fur now had a rocky-like texture. That animal can harden his skin in order to avoid damage, Shima observed. In that case, we'll need to use something such defense will be useless against. Jiraiya said, as he prepared more hand seals. Earth release, swamp of the underworld. The Hokage slammed his palms into the ground, which quickly turned into a muddy swamp. The panda quickly started to sink. He began to trash wildly in a vain attempt to break free, but all what he achieved was sinking even faster. And here come the other two, Jiraiya said, as he jumped into the air just before a cluster of missiles fired by Puppet Pain reduced him to ashes. Bansho Tenin. Jiraiya grunted just as an invisible force violently pulled him towards the main Pain, who had his hands stretched out. Fortunately, even if Jiraiya had no way to counter that jutsu, he had some help with him. Hang in there, boy. Shima said, before opening her mouth and wrapping her long tongue towards a nearby broken concrete column. Shima's tongue was strong enough to keep Jiraiya in place and stop Pain's kinetic pull. And, now. Jiraiya said. Shima released her tongue, which caused both her and Jiraiya to be jerked towards Pain once again. However, this time Jiraiya would use said momentum in his favor, and prepared to deliver a flying kick to the main Pain. The fat Pain, the one who could absorb ninjutsu, placed himself between the two of them, but was yanked away by a mass of snakes. Not so fast. Anko said, as he pulled said body towards herself. Without any nearby body to use as human shield, and his powers unavailable, Pain had no way to avoid the flying kick to his chest, which hurled him backwards, until it landed on a pile of debris. Yes. Finally managed to land a blow. Jiraiya cheered, pumping a fist. Jiraiya-chan, look out. Shima warned. I know, I sensed it too. Jiraiya said, as he jumped away, avoiding some invisible attack. The attacker made itself visible, revealing to be a gigantic chameleon with a snake for a tail, with the same Rinnegan eyes on both heads. The reptile then slithered away, and used its tongue as a rope to pull the giant panda out of the swamp Jiraiya had summoned earlier. Oh no, you won't. Jiraiya said, as he summoned a single shadow clone. He started to form a Raiznon as the clone poured fire chakra into it. The Raiznon started to grow and flare with a red-orange light. Once it was completed, it appeared as if Jiraiya was holding a small sun in his hand. Take this. Fire release, spiraling inferno. Jiraiya tossed the giant fireball at the two animals, ponytail Pain still on the panda, and the projectile hit both of them. It then blasted into a massive dome of spinning fire, a raging firestorm that could reduce anything inside to ashes. When the fire receded, a crater had formed in the zone of impact, with a single, charred to the point of being unrecognizable body on it. There was no trace of the summoned animals, thus Jiraiya guessed that, with the death of their summoner, they all had vanished. Amazing. Good job, Jiraiya-chan. Shima praised. Thanks, but we aren't done yet, Jiraiya replied, as he looked at Pain, who was joined by Konan, the chakra-absorbing body. It seems he managed to break free from Anko, whom landed behind Jiraiya shortly after, as well as the Puppet. We got rid of quite the nuisance, but those three bodies form a powerful combo that's both offensive and defensive. My ninjutsu won't work as long as that guy. Hey, wait a second. Something wrong, Hokage-sama? Anko asked. That man. I know who he was. Jiraiya said in realization. He used to be a Kyuzagakuer ninja. I know because I met him when I visited the village. He was a fan of my books. And that other man. Jiraiya's eyes rested on Puppet Pain, who returned the stare with empty eyes. He was a puppeteer missing nin from Suna turned mercenary. So, you know them? Anko asked. Yes, Jiraiya confirmed. At first I didn't remember them because of the Rinnegan eyes, the dyed hair and all the body piercings. Wait, if those two used to be normal humans, then the others. As Jiraiya recalled the other three bodies, his mind went into overdrive as Miori's poured in. A Takigakuer ninja. A mercenary from the land of rice fields. A priest from a destroyed village that was looking for his disciple. And finally, Yahiko himself. Yes, Now it made sense. He had finally cracked the secret behind the Rinnegan. You aren't really here, are you, Nagato? Jiraiya asked. Those are reanimated bodies you are controlling remotely from a safe location. A location that has to be close to the village. Am I wrong? Pain remained impassible, but Konan gasped in shock. Bravo, Sensei, Pain said, as he gave a couple of slow claps. But figuring such thing out won't do you any good. You think so? Jiraiya said with a cocky smirk, before looking at the small slug on his shoulder. You heard that, Katsuya-san. Indeed, Hokage-sama, the Katsuya clone stated. Everything I know, my clones know as well. I'll make sure the information reaches every single Konoha ninja. There you have it. All I have to do now is to keep you busy until your real body is found by my ninja, Jiraiya said. You already lost. Pain, I need to leave now and go secure the real you. Konan hastily said, as she prepared to take off. Pain, however, raised a hand to stop her. No, he's bluffing. Even if he knows my secret, it's too late to do anything. Even with such knowledge, he has no idea where my real body is, and no Konoha ninja can afford to leave the village in order to search the hundreds of hectares of forest around the village, at least not until every Akatsuki has been driven off. And that's not counting the hundreds of Zetsu and Moon puppets. He's probably expecting you to leave so he can send in spy to follow you and track my real body. Besides, I need you here as well. Konan seemed to be relieved by Pain's confident statement. Very well then. I shall fight at your side, Konan agreed with a nod. That moment, Gamabunta landed behind him with a thunderous thump, and Aida slithered by. You guys are done already? Anko asked her summoned snake. The creatures vanished as we were fighting them, Aida replied. We assumed that the summoner had been dealt with. So we decided to give you guys a hand. Gamabunta helpfully added. Yes, Konan, fight alongside the walking corpse of your dead friend, Jiraiya confidently said, as he crossed his arms. He's going to need that help. On another side of the village, the Hyuga civilians and Moon acolytes finally reached one of the shelters, thanks to Itaki and his ninjas protecting them from the White Zetsu clones and the Moon puppets. There were many sighs of relief and cheers of joy when the gates to one of the underground bunkers was seen, quickly running towards their safety. Protecting the entrance were a squad of Umbu led by Hiruzen Sarutobi himself, clad in his old and worn but still usable battle armor. Another group? The former Hokage asked. It's been a while since we saw more survivors. Good to see that there were people alive out there. Come on, get inside, quickly. One of the Umbu urged. In case there are wounded among your group, we have medical ninjas ready to attend them. They didn't need to be told twice. While the new group of civilians fled to their safety, the former Hokage walked towards the Uchiha. Itake, how's the situation out there? Hiruzen asked. This group of Umbu and I have been protecting this shelter from constant attack of those creatures, but it seems the attacks have been slowing down over time. There are good news and bad news, Itake said. I got word that the Akatsuki Kisame, Deidara, and Tonari have been driven away by our forces, and that they're unlikely to rejoin for the remainder of the battle. Meanwhile, Jiraiya-sama is keeping Pain and Konan at bay with the help of some ninjas. Good news indeed, the Hokage agreed with a nod, before he prepared for the inevitable. And the bad news? Obito summoned the Nine Tails in the middle of the village, Itake said in his usual calm demeanor, and watched how Sarutobi lost all color in his face. It took the former Hokage a few moments to regain his bearings. He sighed in resignation. Well, we knew he could be able to do this, and he would be an idiot if he didn't. Still, those are terrible news. Our shelters will be useless against a tailed beast's destructive power. Any word on who's dealing with them? According to my crows, Kakashi Hatake and his students were engaging Obito before he summoned the beast, Itake replied. Rin Nohara was with them. The girl's wood release will be an invaluable tool in subduing that monster, Sarutobi stated. Though I doubt if it will be enough. Tsunade-sama was also seen heading in the Nine Tails direction, Itake added. Maybe with her help, the threat can be contained. Yeah, let's hope, Hiruzen said, before a realization dawned upon him. Itake, you told me about Kisame, Deidara, and Tonari being defeated, and Pain, Konan and Obito remaining. What about Orochimaru? Nobody has seen him yet, Hokage-sama, Itake replied. At this stage of the battle, he should have made an appearance already. Of all of us, you're the best who knows how Orochimaru's mind works. What do you think he's planning? Hiruzen took a pensive stance. That was indeed a good question. I don't know my former apprentice's mind as much as I would love to, but I agree that Orochimaru should have made his move already. He didn't take long to show up when he invaded the village shortly after the Chunin exams. It is possible that Orochimaru may take advantage of the ensuing chaos to release that minion of his from T&I. Itake asked. You know, the clone of one of Jiraiya-sama's children. It's a possibility, yes, Hiruzen said. Alright, then that's where I need to go, Itake said. If Orochimaru plans to release his minion, I'll be waiting for him. Understood. Be careful, Itake. Meanwhile, back with the Nine Tails, the gigantic beast was glaring at Tsunade below him with hate-filled Sharingan eyes. Even under mind control, he could still feel anger towards the puny woman who dared to kick him in such brutal way, forcing him to swallow his tailed beast ball, which didn't do him any good. She was quickly joined by Naruto, Rin, and Kakashi's students. With the Sannin and her son at their side, they felt far more confident with their chances against the mighty nine-tailed beast. Tsunade-sama, if we can keep this monster busy until Kakashi defeats Obito, then the summoning will be undone, Tamaki told Tsunade. Tsunade shook her head. We won't do such a thing. Everybody minus Naruto gasped at her words. What? But why? It's the most logical course of action given the circumstances. Tsunade merely smirked. Given that Obito took the effort to bring the other half of the Nine Tails here, it would be incredibly rude if we just turn him back, don't you think? Wait, you're suggesting? Rin began. Yes. We're going to seal the fox inside Naruto. Tsunade stated. Did you hear that? You're going to be whole again, Naruto told the half of the Kyuubi inside him, but got no response. It seems the Kyuubi, the one outside under Obito's control, heard Tsunade, and didn't like what she said one bit, as he let out a thunderous, deafening roar. And raised its paw, before bringing it down on Tsunade. The giant paw smashed the ground into a crater when it hit, but unfortunately it missed its mark as Tsunade and the younger Konoha ninjas scattered just in time. Okay mom, get ready, I'm going to create an opening. Naruto said, as he created a single shadow clone, followed by a Raise-Non. Said clone started to pour wind chakra into the rotating sphere, which started to grow and take the shape of a shuriken made of wind. Alright, take this you furball. Wind release, Raisin Shuriken. Naruto tossed the Raisin Shuriken towards the giant fox's face, making an horribly loud metallic noise as it flew. The gargantuan beast barely had time to react before the jutsu hit him square in the jaws, before it detonated, exploding into a spinning dome of razor winds. The Nine Tails cried as the unleashed jutsu pushed him back. Once the explosion of razor winds died down, the Kyuubi opened its eyes, ready to smash the annoying blonde into pulp. Or he would, if it wasn't for the fact that yet another Raisin Shuriken was flying towards him. And another one. Naruto shouted, as his Sage mode slowly disappeared. The fox, however, owning to his animal stereotype, didn't allow to be hit by the same attack twice in quick succession. Ignoring the pain the previous attack had caused, he quickly moved back while using two of his tails to swat the Raisin Shuriken away. It was sent into the sky, where it harmlessly exploded. Ah shit. Naruto lamented, unhappy that he had wasted half his nature chakra like that. He made a hand seal, and dispelled one of the three clones gathering nature energy he had left in his house's basement. Soon, he felt a rush of power as all the Senjutsu chakra invaded his body. Let's hope this time I can make a better use of my Sage mode. However, even if the second attack didn't land, it did provide a needed distraction that Tsunade used to get close to the giant beast. Using the remnants of the trees Rin had created, the slug princess climbed one of them and used it as a springboard to jump above the Kyuubi. Fortunately, he didn't saw her yet. Heavenly Foot of Destruction. As Tsunade fell foot first, she pumped as much chakra as she could to said foot, which was engulfed by blue chakra flames. The brutal senjutsu-enhanced stomp connected, resulting in a sick crunching noise, and the surprised tailed beast felt as if a whole mountain was dropped on his back, pinning his body against the ground. "Good one, Mom!" Naruto cheered, pumping his fist. Obito, while still engaged against Kakashi, didn't miss what just happened, much to his shock and disbelief. The hell? No matter how powerful, no mere human should be able to harm a tailed beast so easily. Obito angrily protested. "This wouldn't be the first time you underestimate Tsunade-sama, do you?" Kakashi mockingly asked, as he traded fast punches and kicks with his former teammates. Tsunade-sama's famed strength was devastating before. If she has combined it with the additional strength boost provided by the Sage Mode, there's no limit to what feats of destruction she can accomplish now. Even being hit by such a devastating attack, the Nine Tails didn't give up. Converting his pain into rage, and rage into power, once again the giant fox used his tails as a whip, and tried to use them to swat Tsunade away like he did with Naruto's Rasen Shuriken. "OOF!" Tsunade shouted, as the wind was blown out of her stomach when the massive tail smashed into her body. Still, the Sannin managed to get a grip on the tail. "You aren't getting rid of me so easily. Hold him like that, Mom!" Naruto called, another Rasen Shuriken ready to throw. Wind release, Rasen Shuriken. Once again, Naruto tossed another shuriken of pure wind chakra at the giant beast. However, the Kyuubi wasn't going to fall again for that. Locking his eyes onto the oncoming attack, the Nine Tails opened his jaws, and fired a small-tailed beast ball. The two projectiles crashed, resulting in a huge explosion, which led to a large cloud of smoke. Though apart from getting some wind in the face, he didn't get any harm. Wind release, bounce. From said cloud of smoke, Naruto shot forward like a missile, both hands cast upwards, each one holding a rather large Rasen. The Kyuubi barely had time to react before said energy spheres smashed into his face. Double big ball Rasen. The Nine Tails roared in pain as the two supersized Rasen blew up in his face, pushing him backwards, and blinding him for a moment. All his tails started to swing wildly, bringing down nearby buildings, and killing some nearby Konoha ninjas and White Zetsu clones alike. Tsunade, still clung to one of the tails, let go when it swung upwards, launching her up in an arc. "All right, now it's a matter of nailing the landing zone," Tsunade said mostly to herself, as she positioned herself so the arc made her land on top of the Kyuubi's head. "Perfect. Heavenly Fist of Destruction." Tsunade's fist burned with blue chakra as she slammed her fist into the Nine Tails' skull, with such force, it slammed his head into the ground. The Kyuubi let out a yowl of pain, before his eyes rolled back into his head, and his entire body slumped. The Sannin jumped from the head, landing safely onto the ground. "Rin, are you ready?" Tsunade asked, shaking her sore fist. Rin was sitting on her knees, with a Naruto clone placing his hands on her back, transferring chakra into her. "Yes, the recharge is now complete," Rin said, standing up. "Thank you, Naruto. That ability to share your chakra is so useful." "I know, right?" the blonde proudly replied, before chuckling. The brown-haired medic nin walked towards the allegedly unconscious tailed beast, and fighting off the sense of déjà vu, she formed a sequence of hand seals as fast as she could. Wood release, deep forest emergence. The ground started to shake as big, large tree roots emerged around the Nine Tails, wrapped themselves around his neck, limbs, and tails, immobilizing it completely. Even if it didn't appear that he would move anytime soon, one couldn't be too confident in this kind of situation. Once the beast was tied, Rin allowed herself to sigh in relief. "Sorry Obito, you lose this time," Rin whispered to herself, before turning at Tsunade and Naruto. "Tsunade-sama, the beast is immobilized. Commence the ritual at once." Tsunade nodded, and made a hand seal. "Let's not waste another second then." 8 trigrams divination seal. A burst of smoke produced in front of Tsunade, and when it dispelled, there was an octagonal platform with a stone altar in the middle, and 8 lit candles at each of its corners. Close to them, Obito and Kakashi continued their duel. Even if Kakashi did his best to keep Obito away from the Nine Tails, Obito always managed to push him back. Naturally, he witnessed the defeat of his ace in the hole, and how Konoha was about to claim it. No. How can this happen? How can the Kyubi be defeated so easily? Obito angrily shouted. Face it, Obito. No matter how many times you invade Konoha, no matter how many allies you gather or powers you get, your fate will always be defeat, Kakashi said in a taunting manner. Guess that I should thank you for bringing the other half of the Nine Tails back to us. Guess that deep down, there's still some love for Konoha inside your withered heart. Obito watched in anger and impotence how Tsunade and Naruto prepared the ritual to seal the Nine Tails into the ladder. As much as it pained him to do it, there was no other option but retreat for now. He made a single hand seal. Summoning jutsu, cancel. The bound Nine Tails disappeared, leaving a cloud of smoke behind. Like hell you're getting your hands on the other half of the Nine Tails. Obito shouted, as he was slowly absorbed by a vortex around his right eye. Enjoy this victory as it lasts, Konoha scum, for it will be the last one. And thus, Obito disappeared. Sighing in relief, Kakashi allowed to relax his muscles, and calmly walked towards the group of his students, Rin, Tsunade, and Naruto. Both blondes looked rather upset, Naruto especially. Ah damn. I can't believe we let the Nine Tails escape. Naruto protested. A few seconds more, and he would have been ours. A pity indeed, Rin agreed. But guess we should be happy that we forced Obito to recall it. Yes. It will be only a matter of time before he uses it against us again, Shino interceded. And then, we will be prepared. The key is to break the summoning contract, Kakashi said, as he joined the conversation. Sensei knew how to do it, though I believe it's not too hard for somebody versed in Fuinjutsu, Kakashi suggested, before knowingly glancing at Naruto. Yeah. Leave that to me. Naruto proudly stated. Next time we see Dash. However, Te Blonde was interrupted by a tremor shaking the entire village. Everybody turned around to face the direction from where the tremor and the noise came from. All of them lost all trace of color from their face. What the hell is that? Tsunade asked in shock. While Tsunade and Naruto were busy taking down the Nine Tails, Jiraiya and Anko, with Gamabunta and Aida looming behind them, continued their fight against the Six Paths of Pain and Konan. So far, only Yahiko's body, the puppet, and the one who absorbed chakra remained. Gamabunta decided to attack first. There's nowhere to escape. The Toad Boss said, as he brought down his gigantic sword. Die. Pain, however, merely jumped into the air, dodging the gigantic sword as it carved a large trench into the ground. Once he reached the Toad's eye level, he cast both hands forward. Shinra Tensei. Gamabunta wasn't expecting that such a tiny creature could project such a force so massive it could be able to violently hurl him away as if he weighed nothing. Grey-ah! The giant toad screamed, as he painfully rolled away. Bunta! Jiraiya called, futilely. Anko, however, knew it was the chance to strike. The 5-second cooldown. Aida, crush him, quickly. The snake mistress commanded. As you say, Aida obediently said, as he quickly slithered towards Pain, just as he was descending. Aida opened its jaws, ready to swallow Pain whole. However, before the giant snake could gobble the Akatsuki leader, Konan swooped in and grabbed him just a second before Aida snapped his jaws shut. The giant snake hissed, as he gave chase to the two Akatsuki. Damn, we failed, Anko lamented. Anyway, while they're busy, we should get rid of Dash. Anko then was suddenly silenced when a hand was placed on her head. Her eyes rolled back into her skull, as if the mere touch was enough to knock her out. You. Jiraiya saw in shock how one of the Pain bodies, the one with long hair, whose abilities still remained unknown, kept Anko immobile with his mere touch. Then, he pulled the hand back, gripping between his fingers a plasma-like substance with Anko's form, almost as if he was pulling the special Jonin's very soul out of her body. Anko then fell to the ground face first, and didn't move. Jiraiya couldn't sense her presence anymore. She was dead. No. Aida, still giving chase to Pain carried by Konan, disappeared all of a sudden, leaving a cloud of smoke behind. The immediate danger gone, the blue-haired woman dropped Pain back on the ground. The moment his feet touched the floor, he started running towards Jiraiya, with his second-in-command flying behind. The snake mistress has been dealt with, Pain declared. Now it's time to send the Hokage to his grave. Thanks to his shared vision, Pain could see Jiraiya fighting against 3 of his bodies, while the summoner was being resurrected as it happened. It seemed that Anko's death had a demoralizing effect on Jiraiya, who fought with far less fire. And now, he would put out that fire permanently. He raised a hand towards the unsuspecting Sannin. Bansho Tenin. Unlike the other times, the attack wasn't aimed at the Sannin, but at the toad on his shoulder. Shima gasped in shock upon being pulled towards Pain. Ma! Jiraiya cried. He wanted to catch her, but the other Pains got in the way. A black rod emerged from one of Pain's sleeves. His fingers wrapping themselves around the tool, he used it to impale Shima in her gut just as she reached him. The poor elderly toad was killed almost instantly. Ma! No! Jiraiya shouted even louder. You also possess Sage Mode, but unlike Naruto, you don't seem to rely on clones for it, Pain stated. Then it hit me. That toad on your shoulder. She was the one keeping your Sage Mode active, wasn't she? You will pay for this, Jiraiya seethed. I think not, Pain said, raising his hand at Jiraiya once again, the cooldown of his jutsu reaching its end as he did. Chibaku Tensei. Pain fired a small, pure black orb of chakra at Jiraiya, at such speed he wasn't able to dodge it. The orb, no bigger than a marble, embedded itself into the Sannin's chest, and started to lift him into the air. And as it happened, chunks of earth, debris, and dirt were pulled towards it, burying Jiraiya inside it. After a few seconds, the Toad Sage couldn't see the light of the sun anymore. As it gained attitude, more and more chunks of earth, rock, metal, and concrete were being pulled into the forming asteroid, until it became a small planetoid. This one was even larger than the one he had used against Naruto during the fight for the 6 tails. Finally, it stopped at about 150 meters above the village. No more chunks were being added to its form anymore. Now it's time for Konoha. Pain said, as he motioned his hand down. To disappear. And with that motion, the asteroid was brought down. Chapter 87. The Akatsuki Invasion, Part V. Or, can you fight a god? Naruto, Tsunade, Rin, Kakashi, and his students watched in both horror and awe as a small asteroid emerged from the ground, and elevated into the air, as chunks of earth and stone were ripped from the ground and became part of it, becoming larger as it flew higher. What the hell is that? Kiba asked in shock. I know what is it. Naruto shouted, alarmed. The Chibaku Tensei. That's one of Pain's most powerful jutsu. He used it against us when we were trying to secure Yotakata. If that thing falls into the ground upon gaining enough altitude. Shino began, as the implications of his words started to slowly sink on everybody else. I'm sensing Jiraiya inside that asteroid. Tsunade said, her voice quivering with worry and fear. He's barely alive. Shit, we have to go, now. Naruto urged. Quickly mom, jump into my back. Without asking why, Tsunade did what her adopted son asked, while Naruto made several hand seals. Wind release, riding the hurricane. A powerful tornado formed around Naruto's legs, elevating both him and Tsunade into the air as if they weighed nothing. The tornado then began to quickly move in the direction the asteroid was being former, with mother and son praying that they could reach it in time. That very moment, outside of Konoha, Haku and Kurane were looking for Deidara, without much success. With each passing second, they worried about how much they could be helping in the village. But capturing an Akatsuki, or at least neutralizing him, was too good of a chance to pass. This would be much easier if Naruto or Hinata were with us, Kurane complained, as she looked behind every bush and large rock that could be used as a reasonable hideout. They would track that guy in no time. Guess that's an area we could use some improvement once this mess is over, Haku replied, searching as well. One can never beat a dash. Haku. Kurane called. Urgency could be heard in her voice. The ice ninja quickly rushed to her position, thinking that she had finally found the Akatsuki. But all what she found was his clay dragon, laying there on the grass, motionless. You were right about the crashing zone, Kurane confirmed. Meaning that he has to be close. How strong was your genjutsu? Pretty strong, Haku replied. But if he isn't here, then he must have dispelled it and ran away. What should we do, then? If that's the case, he can be anywhere, and we can't leave the village when there's dash. The Genjutsu mistress was interrupted by a brief but powerful tremor shaking the earth, which almost made the duo fall on their butts. They were filled with a sense of dread. I don't like the sound of that, Kurane said. I bet you wouldn't. We need to return to the village at once. I think I have an idea of what caused this tremor, Haku urged, as he started to run towards the village. Let's hope it won't be too late. Kurane nodded, and ran behind him, leaving the clay dragon where they found it. After a couple minutes, once neither their footsteps nor their chattering cloud be heard, the clay dragon burst into a cloud of smoke, revealing a badly hurt Deidara once it dispelled. You aren't the only one who knows how to use trickery to their advantage, bitch, Deidara groaned, as he tried to get back on his feet. Shit. I don't think I'm in shape to keep fighting. A few minutes later, the asteroid had reached its final intended side, and stopped at more than 300 meters above Konoha. From a safe distance, Pain watched proudly his display of power, the power of a god. He could still feel Jiraiya inside the asteroid, clinging to life as he consumed the last remnants of nature energy inside his body. Then again, no amount of nature chakra would allow him to survive what was about to come. Now it's time for Konoha. Pain said, as he motioned his hand down. To disappear. And with that motion, the asteroid was brought down. The collision would create both a shockwave and a tremor powerful enough to level the entirety of Konoha. After that, seeking the Jinchuriki would be child's play. Pain. Konan cried. The Akatsuki leader was snapped from his thoughts as a blur pierced his asteroid, and came from the other side. Said blur turned out to be Tsunade, carrying a badly wounded and blue-dyed Jiraiya in her arms. H-Heim. Jiraiya croaked, coughing some blood. SHHH, don't talk, she whispered. Now I'm going to take you somewhere safe and treat your wounds. Don't die on me, understood? And she wasn't the only newcomer. Wind release, double raisin shuriken. Two shuriken made of wind chakra flew towards the pummeling asteroid, and exploded upon contact, forming two spinning blasts of wind, which they soon merged into one. The blast quickly grinded the asteroid into gravel, destroying it completely before it could crash against the ground. Rin eager eyes scanned who was the one who had countered his jutsu with such relative ease. The culprit landed about 10 meters away from him, making a loud thud, raising a small cloud of dust. Two golden eyes glared at the Akatsuki leader. Mom, take Dad away, Naruto said, not taking his eyes from Pain. I can take care of this. Tsunade nodded, as she carried Jiraiya away, leaving Naruto alone with the Akatsuki. All right, but be careful. I'll come back to help you as fast as I can. For a moment, nobody said anything, as both Naruto and Pain's main body stared intently into each other's eyes, trying to figure out their thoughts and potential course of actions. Pain was the first one to open his mouth and break the reigning silence, which was only interrupted by the noise of the battles still going on around the village. Your Raisin Shuriken is a sight to behold. To think that there's a jutsu able to negate my Chibaku Tensei. Pain began. However, in the end, it will be for naught. Do both yourself and your village a favor, and surrender already. Enough lives have been lost. Pain waited for Naruto's response, expecting some sort of bravado about how he was going to kick his ass and protect the ruined village. But Naruto's response wasn't something the Akatsuki leader was expecting in the slightest. Your name is Nagato, right? Naruto asked, his voice sounding calm. Dad told me about you. Who I was in previous life doesn't ma-dash. Nagato Uzumaki, Naruto finished. This seems to take Pain aback a little, but his astonishment was short-lived. Oh, I see, Pain said in realization. That's your plan, right? To appeal to our common ancestry in order to reach an understanding, and from there, an outcome that benefits both you and your village. You're wasting both our times. I couldn't care less about being from the same clan. You could be my very blood brother, and the result would be the same. How can you say that? Naruto asked in shock. What happened to you to have such a bleak worldview? Oddly, Pain smiled at such question. It wasn't a smile of mockery. Now you're asking the right questions. See, two people with different worldviews, like you and me, will never reach an understanding. Because one person has experienced pain, and the other didn't. Or maybe both did, but of different kinds. We might be related, but our experiences growing up were completely different. Conan here is the only one who ever shared my pain, and thus is the only one I call my family. Besides, why are you putting so much importance on blood ties? After all, you aren't the product of your parents' union, are you? So, because you had a crappy childhood, now you go inflicting misery on the innocent. Naruto asked, enraged. Just what's wrong with you? Such a childish worldview, Pain said, shaking his head. Yes, you probably see me as some sort of villain from a storybook. Somebody evil for the sake of being evil, who only exists so the hero can beat him. You ravaged my home, killed my fellow Jinchuriki and harmed my family. How else should I see you? Naruto roared. Just like how, during the Great Wars, Konoha and other major villages destroyed my home and killed my friends. Now you understand my pain a bit better, Pain replied, though Naruto didn't react. This body I'm using as an avatar belonged to the best friend I ever had. He was brave, caring, kind and compassionate. His dream was a world of peace, a world without strife, and fought to achieve it, for both mine and Conan's sake. He and Conan were in love. They deserved to get married, have children, and live a long and happy life. But alas, that wasn't his fate. He died because of Danzo, a Konoha ninja, who saw our efforts for peace as a threat to his plans. But I won't let Yahiko's dream go to waste. To honor his memory, I shall create a new world in his image, a world where no children have to grow up the way we did. Danzo is no friend of Konoha either. Naruto protested. If you really fight for peace, then cease this carnage immediately. This is no peace, this is nothing but pointless bloodshed. From your perspective, perhaps, Pain replied. But sometimes, sacrifices are need to be made in order to achieve a greater goal. Just like how Yahiko sacrificed his life so Conan and I could live, the Jinchuriki and those who protect them must die so this perfect world can be born. That moment, Fukazaku, still, attached to Naruto's back, saw something that made him gasp, as tears started to form around his yellow eyes. Getting off of Naruto, the old toad hopped towards where it laid the corpse of his wife, Shima. Shima! Fukazaku sobbed, as he held one of her hands. It was cold as ice. No, not you. A saddened Naruto watched the display, before his eyes turned towards Pain, stoic and unflinching as ever. The Jinchuriki's scowl deepened. He took his wind blade from his ninja tool pouch and activated it. A blade of wind was projected from the modified Kunao as Naruto channeled his own chakra into it. I'm done trying to reason with you, Naruto coldly stated, before leaping at Pain. Naruto was expecting the Akatsuki leader to use his signature jutsu to repel him, but instead, he was intercepted by the body with the long hair, parrying Naruto's wind blade with a chakra rod. They struggled against each other for a couple seconds, before Naruto sent him flying with a brutal kick to the chest. Pain's main body merely sidestepped as the long-haired body flew past him. After Tonari, the other 9 tails, and that meteor, I'm down to just one clone. I better not waste any nature energy. I must save the Raisin Shuriken for critical moments, Naruto thought, as he prepared his next jutsu. Wind Release, Cyclone Vortex. Cupping his hands and casting them forward, Naruto released a powerful horizontal tornado, which thanks to the nature energy he had imbued into the jutsu, was wide and strong enough to swallow all of Pain's bodies. Another Pain, the fattest of the lot, landed in front of his Breathin, and began to pull the tornado towards his body, absorbing it. Thanks for taking the bait, sucker, Naruto said, as he made a hand seal. Shadow Clone Jutsu. 2 clones popped into existence at each side of the blonde. Without having to issue any order, the clones and the original rushed forward, heading for the fat Pain, was still absorbing the cyclone Naruto had summoned earlier. Naruto-kun, if you plan to ambush Pain, it won't work, the Katsuya clone told the blonde. The Rinnegan seemed to give them some sort of peripheral vision, like the Byakugan. Don't worry, I have a plan, Naruto assured her. I have an idea of how the Rinnegan works based on what I saw the first time I fought him. Clever, Pain praised, watching Naruto closing on his main defensive body. But not enough. Pain's main body and puppet Pain moved to intercept Naruto and his clones. Just as the puppet transformed his arm into a cannon, the Naruto clones tossed a smoke bomb forward, covering the entire area in a mantle of darkness. I don't need to see you in order to stop you, Pain boasted, as he raised a hand forward. Shinra Tensei. The smoke was blown away in an instant, and so were Naruto and his clones, the latters being destroyed by the sheer magnitude of the attack. While Naruto was blown away, Konan brought down a storm of paper flechettes upon the blonde, while Puppet Pain showered him with chakra bolts. Letting out a scream of anguish, Naruto fell to the ground, motionless. That was much easier than expected, Pain commented. Before disappearing in a cloud of smoke. What? That was a clone too? Konan asked, as she increased her attitude in order to see the original. Where did he dash? But it was too late. Naruto emerged from underground at the rear end of the group of Pains, where the Pain body capable of reviving the others was. Completely unprotected. You're mine. Naruto said, as his fist started to crackle with electricity. Lightning release, heavenly hammer. Naruto's electricity-coated fist pierced the target's body, electrocuting him from the inside out, sending lightning bolts in every direction. Once the jutsu stopped, Naruto couldn't sense any more chakra from the body, meaning he had killed him. Well done, Naruto-kun. Now Pain has no means to replace lost bodies. Katsuya cheered. But how they didn't see you? Easy. It's not peripheral vision, like the Byakugan. It might appear as such, but I realized that when we fought the Pain bodies separatedly, they didn't have such ability. Which made us realize that their field of vision is linked somehow. So, that's why you threw the smoke bombs? Katsuya asked. Not exactly. I used them so he wouldn't see me creating a third clone and going underground, Naruto replied. I needed Pain to think that I was trying to bring down the chakra-absorbing body, so his attention was away from the other bodies, and thus drop his guard. That's a very clever plan, Katsuya said, before noticing the 5 remaining Pains and Konan closing in. But I'm afraid that such thing won't work again. I don't need it to. Now I only need to destroy their bodies once, Naruto confidently said. And I still have plenty of Senjutsu chakra to spare. Outstanding move, Naruto. Pain sounded more genuinely impressed rather than angry due to the loss of one of his most important bodies. Let's see if you can repeat it. Ponytail Pain took a step forward, and prepared his only jutsu. Summoning jutsu. Slamming his palm into the ground. Ponytail Pain summoned a giant multi-headed dog, all its heads barking furiously. That's one hell of a mutt, Naruto said, letting out a whistle. He mimicked the enemy by biting his thumb and making 5 hand seals. My turn. Summoning jutsu. Once again, Naruto summoned Gameiken to his side. I'm ready to fight again, Naruto, Gameiken said, before looking at the dog. Is that my enemy? Indeed it is, Naruto said. But try not to behead or cut it. It will split into multiple bodies if it's slashed. Yes, I do remember that insidious ability from the first time you asked me to fight that beast, Gameiken nodded, as he put his shield forward, while rearing his Sazumata back. He knew the drill, he'll keep the dog at bay, while Naruto tried to bring the summoner down, and thus undoing the summon. While the giant toad and the giant canine engaged each other in a fierce battle, Naruto prepared his next move. Now, it's my turn. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Once again, Naruto created other 2 clones, and the 3 of them charged forwards. I doubt he will try to use the same tactic twice in a row, but try to be careful. Konan warned him from above. Pain silently nodded, as he prepared to take in whatever attack Naruto planned to launch. Losing the Naruto path was careless on my part. I need to let him attack, consume all his nature energy, and then exhaust him until he can't fight anymore, Pain thought, as he watched the blonde coming. As long as the Deva path survives, I can win this. The other bodies are expendable. The blonde created yet another Raise Non, while the clones imbued it with wind chakra. Since he was using 2 clones, the Raisin Shuriken formed much faster now. The blonde grinned confidently at Pain, as he held the destructive spinning chakra shuriken above his head. He's expecting me to use the Preta path in order to absorb the jutsu, and strike it down in the middle of the absorption, Pain deduced. However, I have more than one method to nullify his attacks. Wind release, Raisin Shuriken. Naruto threw the wind shuriken forward, in a straight line towards the main Pain. He was expecting that Pain would use his chakra-absorbing body to counter it, but none of the other bodies made any hints to move. Other than the target, who merely raised a hand forward. Shinra Tensei. Pain shot yet another kinetic wave forward, which managed to successfully dispel Naruto's jutsu. But unfortunately for Pain, Naruto had already took that into account. He's vulnerable now. 5 seconds. Naruto said, as he pulled out his wind blade once again, before his clones launched him at Pain at a blurring speed. Pain was literally taken aback by such tactic. Naruto was coming really fast at him. He had no time to dodge or wait for his power to recharge. His only option was to use another body as a human shield. Fortunately for him, there was an almost literal angel watching above him. Paper drizzle. Konan flapped his paper wings once, creating a storm of razor-sharp paper darts towards the incoming blonde. Many of the paper darts stabbed themselves into his flesh, stopping him on his tracks. Unsurprisingly for both Pain and Konan, Naruto disappeared, leaving a small burst of smoke behind. Wind release, Raisin Shuriken. What? Konan asked. While she and Pain had their attention drawn towards the incoming Naruto clone, they had forgotten about the original and his remaining clone, who prepared and launched another Raisin Shuriken. Of course, his tactic wasn't going to work. I have this one, Pain said, as his chakra-absorbing body placed himself between the incoming jutsu and the rest of the bodies. However, when the Raisin Shuriken was about get close enough to be absorbed, it suddenly shot forward, aiming right for Konan. Both Akatsuki were startled. They were so sure Naruto would be focused on Pain, that neither of them took into account that he could target Konan as well. No time to dodge or outrun it, she could only counter it with brute force. Paper Shuriken. Konan moved backwards as she unleashed a barrage of shuriken-shaped papers on the incoming Raisin Shuriken. She managed to detonate it earlier, but the size of the blast was much larger than she had anticipated. She continued unleashing paper projectiles on the ever-growing blast of razor winds, but she failed to curb it. Arg! Konan screamed as the explosion reached her. And just like Tonari before her, while she would have instantly died had she been engulfed by the initial explosion, the shockwave was powerful enough to hurl her into the sky, away from Konoha. Naruto could sense how Konan's chakra signature moved further and further until he couldn't sense her anymore. He could also feel the last remnants of nature energy vanishing from his body as well. The moment he sensed that, he made a hand seal, and dispelled the last clone gathering nature energy in order to reactivate Sage Mode. Given that Pain had said that Konan was the only truly important person to him left, he was expecting him to be consumed by rage. But all 5 remaining bodies stayed as stoic as ever. Don't worry, Konan, I shall finish the job for the 2 of us, Pain whispered to himself, before his rippled eyes focused on Naruto. See? This very battle is the proof that I am right. Just like how I harm people important to you, you in return seek to harm me and those who are important to me. It's a cycle that will never end if the world is left as it is. Spare me your bullshit, Naruto growled. The world will be a better place once you and your lot are wiped away from the face of the planet. You keep proving me right, Pain insisted. Akatsuki and I killed the other Jinchuriki, and harmed your friends and family in the process. And in return, you seek retribution you see as just. Not that I'd blame you for doing it. It's not your fault, but this rotten world we were forced to live in. But answer me this, Jinchuriki. If by sacrificing one person you could save 100, wouldn't you do it? 1,000? 1,000,000? Because by sacrificing 9 people, I can save the entire world from itself. All you're going to achieve is releasing a beast so powerful you won't be able to control, Naruto retorted. The 10 tails isn't like the other tailed beasts. Its power is too big to be directed or controlled. For normal humans, maybe. But I'm beyond normal humans, Pain replied, his Rinnegan flashing with a purple glint. You see these eyes, and you only think in a powerful bloodline limit. And you would be right, but there's so much more to the Rinnegan. Do you think the Rinnegan can control the 10 tails? Naruto asked, outraged. If that was the case, the Sage of the Six Paths would have done it back in the day. But the Sage of the Six Paths did exactly that, Pain replied, taking Naruto a bit aback. Not in the way Obito controls the 9 tails, of course. No, he controlled it in a much more pure, focused way, by absorbing it into his body, and becoming its Jinchuriki. Only one born with these eyes can do such a feat. Just because you have the same eyes as him, that doesn't make you the Sage of the Six Paths. Naruto hollered. The sage preached peace and understanding, and valued freedom above everything else. That, he did, Pain agreed. He didn't want to use his power to impose himself as an emperor or a god. And look what happened. Do you know why I am here, Jinchuriki? I am the reincarnation of the Sage of the Six Paths, who returned to this world to right the past wrongs. Humans have proved time after time that they can't achieve peace on their own. Reaching understanding is an utopic ideal. That's it, unless somebody else comes and ends all conflicts by force. I am that person. And to do so, I need to recover the power that was once mine. Once I'm complete, I shall use the power of the 10 tails to usher a new world order of peace, security, and prosperity. Kaguya already tried that, and she failed. Naruto replied. Kaguya's regime would have lasted to this very day if it wasn't for her 2 sons, Pain shot back. But unlike Kaguya, once I'm complete, there won't be anybody powerful enough to challenge me anymore. So that's your grand plan? Imposing your will by force? Naruto asked. In a rare display, Pain smirked. If you have a better idea on how to achieve world peace, I'm willing to listen, Pain replied. Several moments of silence passed, with only the wind and the sound of distant fights being heard. Naruto's expression became more and more frustrated as he made his brain work, unable to find an answer that would satisfy his opponent. That's what I thought. Now Jinchuriki, if you truly want peace to be a reality and not an utopic dream, surrender now and give me your half of the tailed beast. Naruto's expression changed, from frustration to determination as his gaze met Pain's. I may not have the solution that problem now, Naruto replied. But that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. And if you want the 9 tails, you'll have to beat me first. Very well then, Pain stated. I wasn't expecting you to make this any easier. Naruto could sense something coming from underground below him, and jumped just in time before a gignatic centipede burst from the floor. As Naruto was in the air, Pain raised one hand. Bansho Tenin. The blonde Jinchuriki felt his body mass turn to nothing as a strong invisible force pulled him towards the main Pain. On the other hand, Pain generated one of those black chakra rods. Naruto, however, was ready. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Pain suddenly saw a tsunami of orange threatening to bury all his bodies. Fortunately, said bodies jumped into action. Puppet Pain removed one of his forearms, revealing a flamethrower inside, which he used to torch the clones, while the giant crustacean summoned by Ponytail Pain released several baldies of water from its mouth. While most of the clones were destroyed, Naruto was able to escape unscathed, and jumped back, putting some distance between him and his enemies. He didn't forget from the giant centipede from before, which lunged from the back, ready to sink its large and sharp jaws into the blonde's flesh. Naruto, however, managed to grab said jaws with each hand before they could eviscerate him. Making use of his senjutsu-enhanced strength, Naruto lifted the colossal arthropod, and tossed it against the giant lobster. Ponytail Pain was unable to jump in time, and fell to the ground, before the 2 tumbling animals crashed on top of him. Unable to resist so much weight piled up on him at once, the body gave up, and died. As a result, the 2 animals disappeared, leaving clouds of smoke behind. And another body down. Naruto said with a triumphant glee. 4 more to go. The 4 remaining bodies placed themselves in a formation, with the fat Pain in the middle, long-haired Pain to the left, puppet Pain to the right, and the main Pain behind all 3 of them. It was obvious which body Pain considered the most valuable, but even then, Naruto couldn't get confident. Just like how he misdirected their attention to get rid of Konan, falling into a trap could prove fatal. Naruto eyed the long-haired Pain. So far, he only saw him using physical attacks. But he deduced everybody must have some sort of special ability. Katsuyu, do you know what the Pain to the left does? Naruto whispered to the slug on his shoulder. I believe he has some way to kill somebody by just touching them, the slug clone replied. The hell? Naruto asked, louder than he had intended. He touched Anko-san's head and then, it appeared as if he was able to rip the soul out of her body, Katsuyu explained, much to Naruto's horror. However, given that the Akatsuki want you alive, I seriously doubt he'll use that ability on you. Still better not taking any chances, Naruto replied, lowering the volume of his voice again. Though if he's limited to physical attacks, he should be the easiest one to go down. Naruto quickly dashed towards the long-haired Pain, wind blade in hand already active. Despite his speed, his target was able to create yet another black rod from under his sleeve and use it to parry the blow. Still, said blow carried so much force, he was pushed backwards. His senses warned him of the other three Pains closing in. Time for another ambush. Taking his hands to his ninja tool pouch, Naruto quickly grabbed and tossed another smoke bomb, engulfing all combatants in a cloud of smoke. I won't fall for that trick twice, Pain said, kneeling down and placing a hand on the ground, while the other three bodies jumped away in opposite directions. Shinra Tensei. Pain sent a powerful wave of telekinetic energy underground, ripping the earth apart as it traveled, forming a crater while it expanded. And among all the rocks and pebbles that were thrown away, there was also Naruto Uzumaki, hurled into the air, with an expression of incredulity adorning his face. Got you, Pain said. Puppet Pain stepped forward, generated a second right arm, and shot his hand like a cannon. The hand was attached to the rest of the arm by an extensible steel cable, which was reminiscent of Kakuzu's bizarre body modifications. The hand closed its fingers around Naruto's neck, before being violently pulled towards them. However, even with the pressure on his neck, Naruto was able to make a single hand seal. And said seal was enough for his body to produce an electric current that the steel cable carried to the puppet Pain, shocking him and forcing him to release him. Naruto coughed as he massaged his sore neck, while getting back on his feet. Okay, I can't use the Raisin Shuriken just yet. As long as the chakra-absorbing asshole is still there, it will be useless, Naruto thought, as he eyed the enemies in front of him. And even if I'm able to bypass him, there's that gravity attack Pain can use to nullify it. Damn, if I only had more than 2 Raisin Shuriken, come on, think. Bansho Tenin. Pain taking the initiative snapped Naruto of his thoughts. Though, unlike the other times, he didn't feel being pulled towards the hated Akatsuki leader. Had his jutsu failed? What the ack? The answer came in the form of a large boulder that flew from behind and smashed against his back, launching him forward, painfully landing face first against the ground. Before he could react, Fat Pain and Long Hair Pain dogpiled him, with the former grabbing both the blonde's hands, and started to suck his chakra. If I try to pull yourself to me, you'll simply create an army of clones to overwhelm me with, Pain replied. But as you can see, there's more than one way to use my abilities. Shit. Naruto shouted, as he struggled to break free. My chakra. Let me help you, Naruto-kun. The Katsuya cloner said, as she jumped from his shoulder towards the chakra-absorbing Pain. Acid spray. The small slug sprayed the portly Pain with a small but effective splash of corrosive liquid, burning his face, and instinctively making him to nurse his wounded face with his hands, stopping the chakra absorption. Relieved from such burden, Naruto used his superior strength to push the two bodies away from him, and dashed towards Pain. Now is my chance. Naruto thought, as he made a beeline for the main body of the Akatsuki leader. However, Puppet Pain got in the way. Removing his Akatsuki cloak, the humanoid abomination revealed his whole upper body to Naruto. He had 6 arms, and on top of the black piercings that other bodies also had, this body also had numerous screws and bolts embedded on it, giving it an even more mechanical appearance. Several bladed weapons grew from each of the 6 arms, and the puppet launched a flurry of attacks that the blonde could only dodge or parry, while pushing him away from the main body. Naruto knew, much to his frustration, that he was only stalling for a few seconds so the main Pain's attack could recharge. Shinra Tensei. Naruto was proved right when Pain once again threw him back with a powerful kinetic blast. Was this battle going to be like that all the time? With Pain tossing Naruto from one side to another like a rag doll? Give up, Jinchuriki, Pain insisted. Your fate is the same as your childish delusion of a future where everybody can understand each other, to disappear so an actual utopia might become a reality. Puppet Pain opened multiple compartments inside his body, revealing several clusters of small missiles that fired at Naruto. The blonde, still getting back to his feet, was unable to dodge, and he was quickly engulfed inside several fiery explosions. Wind release, vacuum vortex. Suddenly, all the flames were sucked into a single point, concentrating them into a small area, revealing Naruto, none the worse. Thanks to his Sage mode, the flames didn't hurt him much, leaving his body with a couple minor burns. He then motioned his hands forward, releasing a stream of flames towards Pain. Pain's jutsu hadn't activated yet, needing still a couple more seconds. Fortunately, Fat Pain landed in front of him, and began to absorb the flames into his body. Or at least, that's what he was trying. For some reason, he was unable to, and the body was quickly burned to death, leaving nothing but a blackened, charred corpse. What the, how did Preta Path fail? Pain asked, sounding shocked for the first time. Because what you tried to absorb wasn't a fire jutsu, but actual fire, Naruto said, a confident grin adorning his face. There was no chakra to absorb. Well done. The Katsuya clone praised. Now you can use ninjutsu without trouble. Not exactly, Naruto replied. The main body still can nullify my jutsu through his abilities. Though given the 5-second window between attacks, I might be able to sneak a decisive hit if I time it right. Okay, let's do it. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Several clones popped into existence besides Naruto. 2 of them threw a smoke bomb each, engulfing their battlefield inside a black cloud. Pain's 3 remaining bodies raised their guard. He's probably trying to ambush me. The first attack will be a diversion, but I can't be sure. Still, I better watch every side, Pain thought, as the 3 bodies placed themselves looking in a different direction so he could have a 360-degree field of vision and thus avoid any attacks from behind. Naruto's attack made itself known when an horribly loud whirring noise pierced his ears, and a large chakra shuriken flew at Pain. He raised a hand at the incoming projectile. Shinra Tensei. The moment he did that, the Raisin Shuriken turned into a Naruto, which quickly poofed after being blown away. The hell? He disguised a clone as the jutsu. Pain asked in shock. Another whirring sound, and another Raisin Shuriken flew at him. Damn that Jinchuriki and his trickery. I have no way to repel that blast. If it hits me, then these bodies are dead. Pain thought, pushing away the panic, as he did the only thing he could think of. The puppet Pain moved forward, and using his arm cannon, shot a chakra blast at the deadly wind shuriken, prematurely detonating it. Pain's 3 bodies were about to move in order to avoid the expanding blast, the wind dispelling all the smoke around them. His eyes caught 2 late Naruto clone waving seals before slamming his hands into the ground. Earth release, mobile core. Suddenly, a circle was cut in the ground around the Pain bodies, which quickly sank several meters below surface level. There's no escape from this one. Naruto said, another Raisin Shuriken in hand, before he tossed it at the trapped orange-haired men. This is for you Takeda. Wind release. Raisin Shuriken. Pain watched impotently as the Raisin Shuriken dived at his 3 remaining bodies, as that infernal noise filled his ears. 3 seconds. Pain thought. The Raisin Shuriken drew near. 2 seconds. It was close enough for him to see it in close detail. 1 second. The Raisin Shuriken hit, and the 3 Pain bodies were engulfed inside an explosion of brutal razor winds. There were splashes of black and red spinning around the white and blue explosion, as the Akatsuki's cloak and flesh were torn to shreds. Yes. Naruto said, pumping a fist in the air, just as his Sage mode vanished. Yes. Take that, Akatsuki. Your leader is down. Woohoo. From a safe distance, Jiraiya's broken and battered body was lying down on the hard floor, as his wife did her best to heal him as best as she could. Tsunade had removed all the black rods pain had impaled into his body, and worked to fix all the wounds. He could feel all the wounds slowly closing, broken bones rebuilding themselves, and some of his energy returned. The process was slow and painful, but he endured. Tsunade. Jiraiya began. "Shh. Don't talk. You need to conserve your strength," Tsunade chided, as she continued the healing process. "I may hurt but I think I'm out of danger," Jiraiya weakly protested. "Who's the doctor here?" Tsunade snapped. "Don't give me the ouch." Jiraiya yelped after Tsunade after more pressure than necessary to a wound. The slug princess smirked at him. "Don't do that. Guess that, if you're that talkative, you're indeed out of danger," Tsunade conceded in defeat. "What's so important that it can't wait until later?" "Nagato," Jiraiya said. "Pain, I mean, the real one, is none of those bodies. Those are puppets reanimated by his power." "Yeah, I know, Katsuyu told me about that," Tsunade told him. "Nice finding, by the way. What I want to say is," Jiraiya continued, before coughing a couple times. Tsunade saw the lack of blood in those coughs as a good sign. "Nagato is somewhere around the village. We need to find him before he leaves. Those bodies of his seem to be covered in smaller versions of those black rods," Tsunade pointed out, her gaze shifting towards the blue-dye-ined pieces of metal she had pulled out of her husband. "Do you think he might be using them as mean to control them? You know, as receptors used to catch the original's chakra." "It might be, yes," Jiraiya conceded. "Then," Tsunade began, as she stopped healing Jiraiya, grabbed one of the black rods, and cleaned it with her blouse, as she grimaced. "Boy, this is so unhygienic." What are you going to do?" Jiraiya asked, having recovered enough of his strength to sit up. And much to his shock, Tsunade jabbed the rob into her shoulder. "What the hell?" "Katsuyu," Tsunade said, as she struggled with the pain. She could feel pain's chakra coursing through her body, which was a good sign. "Sage mode, please." "Right now, Tsunade-sama." The slug clone obediently said, realizing what her summoner was trying to do. In less than a minute, Tsunade's eyes turned gold as red markings appeared around them. And most importantly, she could sense everybody around her. Using the sensing ability she now possessed, she was able to track Pain's original body. He was in a large tree made of paper, to the north, not that far away. She could sense Pain's anger at being located. "Got him," Tsunade said, before tossing the rod away, and began healing the wound on her shoulder, while deactivating the Sage mode. "I know where he is." "Good," Jiraiya said, trying to get back to his feet. "Let's get him before he escapes." "Not yet," Tsunade replied. "First we need to help Naruto dealing with that asshole. He had his Sage mode, so I hope everything went fine. But there's no harm in going. Right. By the way, even among all the chaos and destruction going around us, I have a piece of good news," Tsunade smiled. "Hagana just woke up." "Our son finally woke up, Jiraiya." The white-haired man sighed in relief. "You have no idea how happy I am to hear that. I want to hug him and tell him how much I love him after this." "Yes. But first, we need to make sure Akatsuki doesn't take our other son away from us," Tsunade reminded him. Jiraiya nodded with determination. "Right. Lead the way, Haim." Naruto panted, his muscles relaxing as he saw how the Raisin Shuriken explosion slowly shrank, until it dissipated into nothing. Once it was finally over, he made a single hand seal, and cancelled the previous Earth Jutsu, putting back the piece of ground he had sunk where it originally was. "Man, I'm so glad I decided to master all 5 elements," Naruto chuckled. "Okay, now let's check this guy's are truly death." Naruto walked towards the blast zone. The Raisin Shuriken had made quite a number on the Pain bodies. First, there was the puppet Pain. As expected, the innards of his body weren't blood and guts, but metal bolts, joints, and plates. A machine that looked like a man. Then, there was long hair Pain. This one was organic, as the ungodly amount of blood splattered everywhere could attest. In fact, it was the remains of his long, orange mane, the only thing that could be used to be identified. And lastly, there was the body of the main Pain. Where is it? There should be 3 bodies here, Naruto asked. And that was the problem, that it was nowhere to be found. Looking around, Naruto then saw a hole that was partially hidden by Puppet Pain's body. The ground beneath his feet started to rumble, but it was too late. Pain emerged from under him, slammed his elbow into Naruto's back, making him fall onto the ground face first, and quick as lightning, stabbed 2 black rods into each hand, making sure he wouldn't be able to use them. Move it. Your strategy was a good one, Jinchuriki, Pain praised. Even if he had avoided the Raisin Shuriken, he didn't dodge it completely, as his cloak was partially shredded, and had cuts and bruises everywhere. Unfortunately for you, you aren't the only one with mastery over all 5 elements. Shit. Naruto cursed, as he tried to pull his hands from the rods, to no avail. So, you can also use all elements? Is there anything those eyes of yours can't do? That's a good question, Pain enigmatically replied. One you won't live to hear the answer, may I say. Though if it's any consolation, think that your death will make possible the existence of a much better world. You're wrong, Naruto growled. Even if you Suist, even if you become the Jinchuriki of the 10 Tails, there won't be peace, Naruto said, defiantly looking at Pain. People won't give up their freedom, and will continue to fight you until your reign is over. Then they shall perish, Pain firmly stated. Just like a shepherd kills a wolf who gets too close to his flock, not because he hates wolves, but because he wants to protect the sheep from their predators, I shall too protect the people who wishes for peace from those who want to disrupt it. That's how you see people, right? Not as humans, but as sheep, Naruto said. People are indeed sheep, ninjas more than anybody. For what are humans but cattle waited to be sacrificed for the benefit of others? Pain asked. The people who start wars are never affected by them. They spend their time in the safety of their palaces, protected by the best bodyguards money can buy, while ninjas cut each other down in the name of lords they never met, while civilians are caught in the middle. Yes, people are sheep, and this world is nothing but a slaughterhouse. But thanks to Akatsuki, it will change soon. There are other ways, Naruto insisted. Peace can't be imposed by force. All those who tried failed. Those who tried before lacked the power I will have, Pain rebutted. Because even the cages are powerless to change anything. Jiraiya-sensei also shared my dreams of peace, yet with the power of a village at his beck and call, what did he achieve? He wasn't even able to keep his own ninjas in check, if the tales of Root are to be believed. My dad has accomplished plenty of things. Naruto shouted. He made alliances with Kiri and Suna. And is working to build bridges with other villages as well. Not to mention helping Kirigakure achieve a new era devoid of blood. An era that happened because one of your lackeys brainwashed their cage. Yes, impressive accomplishments, indeed. But answer me this, Naruto, Pain replied. Jiraiya is nothing but one man. And one day, he will die. What if the next Hokage doesn't agree with what he did, and burns all the bridges that Jiraiya built? Somebody like Danzo Shimura, whose supremacist views are well known. Or a new Kaze Cage or Mizu Cage. Just like Mei Terumi ended the Blood Mist, another Mizu Cage can bring it back. No, Naruto, we live in a world where change, no matter how good, it's irrelevant, because somebody will come and undo it. Only somebody wielding absolute power can enforce peace. The discussion is over. Take a good look at Konoha, for it is the last time you'll see it. I see, Naruto said, almost conceding defeat. In that case, then I have no choice but end you right here, and right now. For the first time since he met the Akatsuki leader, Pain smirked. And how do you plan to do it? Because you aren't in a good position to fight back, Pain pointed out. Not even your Sage Mode was enough to beat me. Naruto smirked back. Yes, your power is amazing. But it also makes you underestimate your opponents. And Naruto disappeared, leaving a small cloud of smoke behind. Pain's eyes widened, as he looked around. A shadow clone. Where did he dash? A shadow appeared over him. Looking up, he saw Naruto, presumably the real one, diving at him with a gigantic sphere of chakra in his hand. His face was a mask of pure anger. Panicking, Pain raised a hand. Shinra 10-. Big ball raise non. Pain was too late, and Naruto's attack connected, resulting in a spiraling blast of blue and white chakra that carved a large crater into the ground, as it grinded Pain's body against the unforgiving floor, killing him almost instantly. "Didn't you think I noticed that your main body dug a hole just before the Raisin Shuriken hit?" Naruto asked Pain's corpse, even if he knew he couldn't answer, or even hear him. "I still had some nature energy in my body when you pulled that stunt. That's what you get for underestimating Sage Mode." "Good job, Naruto-kun," the Katsuya clone in his shoulder praised. "I have more good news. Tsunade-sama not only healed Jiraiya, but he also located the position of Pain's real self." "That's great." "Indeed," the slug nodded. "Tsunade-sama is heading this way. She and Jiraiya should be here in a couple minutes." "It's a pity they couldn't have come earlier," Naruto said. "I could have used their help against Pain." "Fortunately, it all ended now," Katsuya said. "According to the other clones, the remaining Akatsuki have been defeated, or are retreating from the village. Konoha has won." Naruto looked around, and for the first time, took a moment to contemplate the destruction Akatsuki had brought to his home. Konoha was in ruins, even worse than the Nine Tails attacked the first time. How many people have died because of them? However, Naruto now had the chance to put an end to this. After Naruto met with his parents, the three of them decided to go after Nagato immediately before he had any chance to flee. Tsunade at first protested that Jiraiya shouldn't go just in case his former pupil decided to set one last trap before going down, but the Toad Sage had insisted, arguing that he needed to see his former student again. In the end, Tsunade relented, and allowed him to come, though he wouldn't take an eye from him. Just like Tsunade said, they found a fake tree made of paper on a nearby hill to the north of the village. They easily broke into the hideout, when they were met by a badly hurt and wounded, but still battle-ready Konan. "Stand back!" Konan shouted. "I won't let you touch Nagato. You'll have to kill me first." "Konan, stand back!" a voice said from the shadows. "It's over. Let them come." Reluctantly, the blue-haired girl returned to the side of her master, allowing the two Sannin and their son to get close. As their eyes got used to the darkness, they could discern a figure in the shadows. An emaciated, frail-looking man with red hair, sitting on what appeared to be some kind of mechanical walker. There were multiple black rods sprouting from his back. "So, you won, and decided to come here in order to claim your just retribution," the red-headed said. He moved his head, his eyes becoming visible, revealing them to be Rinnegan, which rested on Jiraiya. "Hello, Jiraiya-sensei. It's been quite some time, hasn't it?" "Nagato," Jiraiya replied, upon seeing his former student for the first time in years. Chapter 88. The Akatsuki Invasion, Part 6. Or the Fall of a God. Under the shadow of the fake tree made of paper, was Pain, or Nagato. Or what was left of him, anyway. Far from the powerful figure that was Pain, Nagato was a frail and sickly-looking man, one that could die at any moment. Despite his predicament, his eyes showed no fear, only a mixture of acceptance and resignation. Konan stood beside him protectively. Jiraiya took a step forward, to see his former student a bit better. "Nagato," Jiraiya began, his eyes reflecting a deep sadness. "Just, what happened? How did you end like this?" Nagato didn't say anything at first, his expression being just as cold and stoic as Pain's. He then lowered his gaze. "You took us in when we were nothing but defenseless children, sensei," Nagato began. "You trained us into capable ninjas, and most importantly, you gave us hope. Hope that a better future was possible. Hope that we could make a difference. Hope that this world wasn't beyond salvation." Said hope, however, took little time to be crushed, Nagato said, as he raised his gaze once more. "Yahiko," Jiraiya began, his lower lip quivering. "What happened to him? Did you?" Konan bristled at the unsaid implication. "How dare you suggest we betrayed Yahiko like that?" "Konan, calm down," Nagato said in a firm tone. His words seemed to soothe the brunette a little, before his attention was on Jiraiya again. Yes. Yahiko. Fitting you ask for him, given that it was because of him that we did this. You see, after you left AIM, Yahiko decided to create an organization whose purpose would be to bring peace and eradicate war and poverty. The name of the organization was Akatsuki, since would bring the dawn of a new era. Everything went fine at first, but things quickly went south. Nagato told the Sannin and their son all the good they did, and how much Akatsuki grew. Prospect for the future of their organization and what it entailed were bright. However, as they grew in power and influence, they also made enemies that feared them for what they could do or how could change the status quo. The most dangerous of those men was Hanzo, a Megakure's leader. Hanzo asked Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato to meet him so they could join forces and spread Akatsuki's pacifist goals beyond the borders of the Land of Rain. But alas, it was a trap. While the trio went alone, not only did Hanzo brought a small army of his best ninja, but Danzo Shimura and a squad of Konoha Umbu was there as well. Apparently, Danzo had convinced Hanzo that Akatsuki was a threat to his power and told him to lay a trap. There was a brief fight, and Hanzo managed to catch Konan. He tossed a kunao at Nagato, and ordered him to kill Yahiko, or Konan would die. Nagato, however, was unable to do it, so Yahiko threw himself at the kunao, ending his own life. His last words were for Nagato to carry on their dream of a better future, and that he was the key to make it happen. Something broke inside Nagato, and unleashed a power unlike any other and summoned the demonic statue of the Outer Path, and used it to wipe out most AIM and Konoha ninjas, saving Konan, even if Hanzo and Danzo managed to escape with their lives. However, for some reason, the statue stabbed multiple black rods into Nagato's back, leaving him perpetually paralyzed from the waist down. Damn Danzo, Naruto cursed, his hand clenching into a fist. That man poisons everything he touches. If only we knew the extent of his unauthorized operations in other countries. Jiraiya added. He felt really stupid for not doing something about Danzo earlier. How many troubles could have they saved, or even prevented from happening to begin with if it wasn't for him? And that's when you decided to change Akatsuki to what is it now, right? Tsunade guessed, as she placed a hand on her hip. Yes, but not immediately, Nagato replied, before he started to cough. Tsunade could see some droplets of blood flying from his mouth. Konan took a step forward. Sometime before Yahiko's death, we were approached by a mysterious masked man, who was accompanied by a truly bizarre creature, half man, half plant. Everybody guessed who those two people were. The masked man introduced himself as Obito Uchiha, and claimed he used to be a disciple of Madara Uchiha, who had been alive until recently. And according to Madara's investigations, Nagato is the reincarnation of the Sage of the Six Paths, and the one destined to usher a new era of peace and prosperity upon the world. Konoha. Meanwhile, back in the village, many people started to breathe in relief as the fights started to slowly die down, until every Akatsuki, be a member or an easily expendable mook, either left the battle or was slain. Naturally, the hospital was the spot almost everybody was heading to. Very few people have come out completely unscathed from the invasion, and thus plenty of ninjas and civilians wanted to be healed of their wounds. Or to have a friend or loved one healed. Naturally, the medics were overwhelmed, especially since their boss, Tsunade, had been seen leaving the village with Jiraiya and Naruto. Nobody knew why, but they hoped that she would return soon. The Konoha hospital wasn't prepared to hold such a huge number of wounded, so in the end, the most senior medics, who took charge of the situation in Tsunade's absence, decided to restrict the hospital for those with grievous wounds or in critical condition. Multiple medical tents were set around the hospital where the less gravely wounded were attended. In one of those tents was Hinata Hyuga, working tirelessly to heal the injuries sustained by her sister. Thankfully, even if Hanabi didn't come unscathed out of the fight with Tonari, her wounds were mostly superficial, and hoped she would get better after several hours of uninterrupted rest. Is she okay? Fu asked. Hinata offered to heal the muscular girl who got quite a beating from the last Otsutsuki as well, but the Jinchuriki refused, claimed that other people needed her help more than her, and that, as a Jinchuriki, she healed faster than most people. And even if Fu didn't heal as fast as Naruto, Hinata could already see some of her wounds closing, and her chakra regenerating at a rapid pace. Yes. Thankfully she didn't bear the worst of the fight, Hinata said with a nod. Yeah, it was the two of us who did. Fu loudly replied with a vigorous chuckle. Upon feeling the piercing glares the rest of the people in the medical tent shot at the mint-haired girl, she sheepishly grinned and whispered an apology. She then turned back at Hinata, and in a considerably lower voice said, "That Tonari guy hits hard. I don't think I'd be able to sleep if I knew a guy like that wanted to get inside my proverbial pants, and be so persistent about it." "Sadly this won't be the last time I have to deal with him," Hinata replied. "He'll come back, both for me and for Naruto." "You think so?" Fu asked, as she scratched her temple. "I mean, Akatsuki pretty much threw at us everything they had, and still failed. If I were them, I would give up." "They don't seem to be like the kind of people to give up after a single setback, no matter how big," Hinata countered. "Plus they still have six-tailed beasts under their control. That alone makes them a huge threat to every elemental nation. I remember Naruto saying that we must find a way to release the beasts they captured," Fu said, placing a hand under her chin. "Though getting them out of that statue is going to be hard. Now it would be a good moment to counterattack, but I don't think we're in a position to do so, with so many wounded and deceased," Hinata lamented. "While we recover and regain our strength, Akatsuki may do the same." "What about the other villages?" Fu asked. "They fight against Akatsuki as well, and Konoha helped them in the past. Maybe they can lend us a hand in return." "That's a very good idea, Fu-san," Hinata praised. "Let's hope we can talk about it with Hokage-sama once he gets back." Fu smiled earnestly at the compliment. That moment, a small group entered the tent, all of them being Hyagas led by a woman Hinata knew too well. "There you are, the woman," Hikari said, her voice filled with relief upon seeing Hinata. However, her relief was short-lived upon seeing the unconscious Hanabi lying on a bed on the floor. "Hanabi? Is she dash?" "She's okay, mother," Hinata reassured the older woman. "She only needs to rest a bit. I already treated all her wounds." Relief seems to return to her once again, but worry didn't leave her heart completely. "I saw you two and the Seven Tails Jinchuriki in the sky flying and fighting against that Akatsuki that's obsessed with you. I was afraid for the two of you. I appreciate your concern, mother. But as you can see, we came out of this alive," Hinata said in a reassuring tone. "What have you been doing during the battle, Mom? I was worried about you and the rest of the clan as well." "Those miserables launched an attack on the compound," Hikari said, seething with anger at the memory. "I led a group of ninjas in order to drive them away, while I had Hizushi-san escort the civilians and the moon acolytes to the underground shelters. Let's hope they arrived safe and sound." Hinata didn't reply. Her Tesnagan flashed for a fraction of a second, and her eyes became unfocused, as if she was zoning out. Hikari was about to ask if she was okay, but Hinata apparently regained her senses before that. "They're okay. I can see Hizushi-san and other Hyagas, as well as the people they escorted, getting out of the shelter." Hikari sighed in relief. "Thank goodness. I was already afraid that this would be another catastrophe like the Uchiha insurrection. When Konoha is under siege, there are scumbags who always target us in order to get our eyes. Anyway, not to sound rude, I'd love to stay and talk more with you, but as a medicnin, I have the duty to attend all the wounded here," Hinata reminded her mother. "Oh, right. Sorry, I won't distract you anymore," Hikari replied. "I'll stay here with Hanabi for a bit, if it's not a bother." "Of course not, mother," Hinata said, before turning towards the Jinchuriki. "Fu-san, may I have your help in this endeavor?" "Sure. It's nice to help in a way other than punching other people for once," the energetic Jinchuriki said. Not far away from there, Hiruzen Sarutobi was leading a group of Umbu, trying to find all the people, both ninjas and civilians, not accounted for so far. They had found quite a lot of people trapped under crumbled buildings. Some of them were alive and only needed medical attention. Others, unfortunately, weren't so lucky. At one moment, another ninja clad in complete black save the green flak jacket appeared before him. His face was as unreadable as ever, but the old Hokage could see some worry into the man's onyx eyes. "Ah, Itachi-kun," Sarutobi said. "Do you bring news? I trust everything was fine in the T&I department." "It was," Itachi confirmed. "There were a few Zetsu who attacked the building, but I doubt they realized of its significance, and were only there to cause damage. I managed to repel all of them." "Those are good news indeed," Hiruzen said, nodding, and even smiling a little. "Yet I see there's something that's troubling you." "Indeed, Sarutobi-sama," the Uchiha confirmed. "Unlike what I was expecting, Orochimaru didn't appear to rescue Hebimaru, nor did he send anybody in his stead to do so." Hiruzen chuckled sardonically. "And that surprises you, Itachi-kun?" "As much as it pains me to admit it, Orochimaru cares for no one but himself. That boy, Hebimaru, might be strong, but I doubt my former student would consider him vital." "I'm aware of that, Sarutobi-sama, and that action on itself is not what worried me," Itachi clarified. Sensing the old man's confusion, he continued. "I've been asking some people, who fought at different areas of the village, and not a single person saw Orochimaru. He didn't take part in the attack." Hiruzen asked, surprised by the revelation. "That's odd. And now you understand the source of my worries," Itachi said. "So far, every other Akatsuki that's still alive was seen in the fight. Pain, Konan, Kisame, Deidara, Tonari, Obito. And even Zetsu in the form of an army of clones. But Orochimaru was nowhere to be seen. Maybe Orochimaru was kicked out of their group." Hiruzen guessed. Maybe even a band of crinimals like Akatsuki couldn't stomach Orochimaru's lack of concern and respect for life. "An overly optimistic assumption, Sarutobi-sama," Itachi replied. "Though even if that may be the case, we can't count Orochimaru out just yet. I think that he's planning something. Something big. And given that Konoha is now weakened after this attack, he might make his move now." "An understandable concern, Itachi-kun," Hiruzen said. "All right, I'll bring it to Jiraiya the next time I see it." "I appreciate that, Hokage-sama," Itachi said, before making a polite bow. "Now, if you excuse me, I need to check if my little brother and Shisui are okay." And Itachi vanished as quick as he had appeared. It was shortly before Yahiko's death that Obito came to us. Konan was the one continuing their story. "We didn't know how he knew of us, and how he knew that Nagato had the Rinnegan. He claimed to be Madara's disciple." "Madara's disciple? Oh come on." Tsunade scoffed. "Madara has been dead for decades. My grandfather saw to it. The thing is, there's no way that man could know all the things he knew if that wasn't true," Konan added. "Listen, we aren't idiots. We didn't get to live as long as we did by trusting the first stranger claiming nonsense. We made a background check on Obito before considering his offer," Nagato continued. "We know he used to be a Konoha ninja, who apparently died during the Third Ninja War. How did he survive, we never know. But like Konan said, he knew things nobody of his background should know. And then there's that weird creature that always accompanied him like a shadow," Konan added. "Zetsu. Obito told us all the things he learned under Madara," Pain continued. "How both he and Madara had been trying to achieve a world without conflict and war for a long time. And how, after much research, they managed to find a way, a new sage of the six paths needed to be awakened in order to lead the world to such age." "You haven't answered my question," Tsunade interceded. "How can Madara be still alive?" "Hashirama brought his corpse to Konoha, where Tobirama himself realized an autopsy and he confirmed his death. He then buried the body in a place whose location took to the grave." "We have no answer to that question," Nagato admitted. "Like we said, we decided to strike an alliance with Obito in order to bring the world to an age with no wars nor suffering. And it was Obito who told you to capture the tailed beasts to do it?" Naruto asked, sounding a little incredulous. "You're aware of the history behind the tailed beasts and the Sage of the Six Paths, yes?" Nagato asked. Naruto nodded. "Then you must know that there was a time in which Hage Oromo Otsutsuki had the 10 tails sealed inside him. And thus, he was immensely powerful. But he didn't use that power to create a better world. He merely became a preacher, and then wasted such power by splitting it in 9 pieces and giving them a mind of their own. And do you know why Hagoromo did that? Why he didn't choose to reign over mankind as a living god? Naruto fired back. Because he already saw what such thing led to. Safety and security are meaningless if we lack freedom. Yes, I know that, Nagato stated. It was what sparked conflict between his sons. Asura believed that the key to peace was love. Indra believed it was power. Yet Asura was proven wrong the very same moment Hagoromo chose him as his successor over his older brother, given that Indra started a feud that continued to this very day. No matter how much love Asura and his followers preached, it wasn't enough to stop those who had darkness in their hearts. And what's your solution? More conflict? More death? Naruto angrily asked. Did you see in what state Konoha is? Necessary sacrifices, was Nagato's only answer. It's easy to talk about sacrifices when you're not the one doing it, Naruto scoffed. Nagato pierced Naruto with his glare. Didn't you hear what I just told you? My best friend sacrificed himself so Konan and I could live. So we could carry his dream in his stead. Don't dare lecture me about sacrifices. Yes, I'm sure your friend Yahiko, wherever he is now, would be so damn proud of everything you've done, Naruto seethed, narrowing his eyes at the 2 Akatsuki, who visibly bristled. Ask yourselves, would Yahiko want this? Would Yahiko want you to kill innocent people? Shut up! Konan loudly shouted, anger restoring some of her energy. You don't have any right to speak about Yahiko. You have no idea of what kind of man he was, or how far he was willing to go to achieve his ideals. For the way you speak, Yahiko sounded like a pretty cool guy, Naruto replied. That's why I don't think he'll approve of what you're doing. I mean, come on guys, did you ever see the kind of people you're working with? All of them violent and psychopathic missing ninja. Are you telling me they are fighting for a better world? They're merely means to an end, Nagato said matter-of-factly, before being interrupted by another coughing fit. Not that it matters anymore, given that I failed Yahiko today, regardless if we follow yours or my interpretation of his wishes. Come on, Naruto, end me already. I took too much from you. Just like how I killed the man who took everything from me, you also earned your just retribution. My only request is for Konan to be spared, Nagato asked. All she did was to follow my orders. Even if her hands are stained with blood, she deserves another chance. Naruto took a step forward. In front of him was the man who created the organization who hunted Naruto's kind since its inception. The one who ravaged Taki to the ground. The one who killed Yotakata and Rashi, and nearly killed Hinata, Haku, Jiraiya, Gaara and many others. And now, he could put an end to it. And what good would I make by killing you? Naruto asked. Would your death bring back all the people you killed? Not to mention, if I killed you, all I would do is perpetuate the cycle of hatred. You killed the other Jinchuriki. I kill you in return. Then, Konan would resent me for doing so and would plan killing me too. Then my loved ones would avenge my death. And so on. Isn't this what ninja have been doing for generations? Nagato looked incredulous. Are you telling me that you don't feel angry at me? That you don't think your revenge is justified? That you don't want me to pay for my crimes? You will pay for your crimes, Nagato, Naruto firmly stated. However, it won't be me who will decide your fate. The Hokage and the rest of Konoha will be the ones to say that. So, this is your answer, Nagato said, chuckling. You have the willpower not to give in to revenge? That's... I don't think I even met somebody like that. I thought that, after all I did to you and your home, you'd be dying to end my life already. Listen, Nagato, there are people who thrive off conflict. But those are a minority, Naruto continued. The Senju and Uchiha clans were locked in a bloodthirsty feud for generations. Uchiha killed Senju, Senju killed Uchiha in revenge, rinse, repeat. Until the first Hokage decided to put an end to that, and took the first step towards peace. And guess what? Most of the Uchiha wanted that as well. Madara, the one still giving in to revenge, was alone. That's why nobody wanted him for Hokage. That's why he ended up leaving a village that had no room for a warmonger. Yes, and that worked so well, Nagato fired back. Didn't the Uchiha tried to take over your village a few years ago? And you had to kill all of them to quell the insurrection. Not all of them rebelled or were killed, Jiraiya interceded. Some stayed loyal to the village, and continue to do so to this day. Because in the end, everybody wants peace, Naruto continued. Nobody wants wars, and seeing their loved ones die. But many people are still unable to let go of past hatreds, and stir conflicts, and everybody else are dragged with them. But if we raise our voices, we can silence those who can't let go of the past. Those who want conflict as a mean to satisfy past offenses against them. None of us were alive to see the warring clans period, but even with all the faults of our current system, it's still a paradise compared to what it was back then, Tsunade added. Shouldn't that be a signal that, even if we still have a long way to go, we're on the right path? It wasn't paradise for us, that's for sure, Konan fired back with a scoff. Yes, we know. People still suffer, die, or see their loved ones die, Naruto said. If fighting against you taught me something is that you can't save everyone. But I will continue fighting to save as many people as I can. To make the world a little better. I will probably die before seeing the kind of world we speak about, but I'll die happy knowing that I managed to make the world a little better for the next generation. And one day, we will reach an age in which wars and hatred will become a thing of the past. But since we have reached such age naturally, nobody will try to fight against it. There was a moment of silence as Naruto's words sunk in. Konan looked at Nagato, who was deep in thought, expecting his answer, as if she had already reached her own conclusion but needed her leader's approval and validation. After a few more tense moments of silence, Nagato raised his gaze, and much to everybody's surprise, he chuckled. When Nagato's eyes rested on Naruto, a memory of Yahiko manifested in the form of an image, overlapping with the orange-clad blonde. It was now when he noticed the uncanny resemblance between the Jinchuriki and his fallen friend. Their unbound optimism and their unfettered hope for a better future. Hell, even their hairstyles were similar. This made Nagato to smile as well. Maybe it wasn't me who carried Yahiko's will all along. Nagato thought, entertaining that idea. Sorry Yahiko. I failed you a second time. You seem to be very confident in which this world can improve and become something better, Nagato said. And you want to do it without making sacrifices or taking drastic measures. Because if the world needed such things, it wouldn't be worth saving, Naruto replied. But I know it's not the case. I know we can make things better. Another memory hit Nagato. This time, their time when Akatsuki was in its first incarnation led by Yahiko. That's what Yahiko wanted to do. He wanted to make things better by convincing people that his ideas were right and were worth fighting for. They only fought when there was no other option, and Yahiko always advocated for sparing their enemies if more bloodshed could be avoided. Yes. Yahiko's ideals were so inspiring, but guess that when he died, my faith in his ideals died with him, Nagato sadly reflected. Naruto, even without the Rinnegan, you proved to be my better. You seem to be like somebody who, no matter what life throws at you, will always stay true to yourself and the path you've chosen, unlike me, Nagato said, as he brought his hands together, making the ram seal, putting Naruto and the Sannin on guard, while Konan gasped. And just like Yahiko trusted his dream to me, I will trust both our dreams to you. Nagato, are you going to? Konan stammered. My pain was so big, that I wanted everybody to share it with me. But doing so only caused more misery. I'm afraid I can't bring back any of the Jinchuriki Akatsuki has captured, nor the people we killed in our quest to capture them. But I can undo the last of my sins, Nagato said, before turning at Konan. Konan, words can't express how much I valued your loyalty, and above all else, your companionship. I know how much Yahiko's loss affected you, and how you don't want to lose me either. But I have been lost for quite some time, and worse, I've dragged you with me. It's too late for me, but not for you. Fight for our dreams, but do it correctly this time. Make me and Yahiko proud. Tears started to stream from Konan's eyes, as she tried to form what would be her last words to her last living childhood friend. I will, Nagato, You can leave everything to me. Nagato nodded, and smiled one last time. The ram seal turned into the snake seal, and the Akatsuki leader started to glow with an intense white light. Outer path, heavenly rebirth. A beam of white light shot from Nagato into the sky. Back in Konoha, Hiruzen and his Umbu were overseeing all the corpses that they had gathered, lying down in rows in the middle of a clear area, so their relatives and loved ones could identify them, and say their goodbyes. It was a heart-wrenching sight, seeing so many people looking at the corpses, desperately wishing that their sons, daughters, brothers, sisters, parents, spouses, and the like weren't among them. But alas, fate wasn't kind to everybody, and every couple minutes they could see somebody falling on their knees, sobbing, upon recognizing a corpse. Hiruzen was no stranger to such feeling, so he could empathize with the poor people perfectly. Sarutobi-sama. An Umbu besides him wearing a lizard mask asked. Are you okay? Hiruzen nodded. Yeah, I am, more or less. It's just, this sight. So much sorrow and pain. I already saw it in all 3 ninja wars. It never gets any easier. I understand, the Umbu replied with another nod. We ninjas are trained to weather this kind of tragedies, but deep down we're just human. Still, it's a good thing that there were no more corpses, Hiruzen noted, desperately trying to look for a bright side to their situation. Given the scale of the attack, I was expecting at least twice as bodies as the time Orochimaru dash. Hokage-sama. Another Umbu, one wearing a mouse mask, shouted as he pointed into the horizon. What's that? He didn't need to ask what he was talking about, as the old ex-Hokage saw a pillar of white light shooting into the sky. Then, the clouds themselves started to glow with the same white light, before multiple beams started to rain above them. What's the meaning of this? Not far away from there, in another field of corpses, the 3 youngest members of Anko's assassination squad were kneeled around the deceased form of their teacher. Dosu remained stoic, but Zaku and Kin, being more emotional, had tears running through their cheeks. First Mizuki-sensei, and now her, Zaku sobbed, as he tripped to wipe his tears away. Is there something wrong with us? Despite the comment, the trio of former Oto ninjas didn't miss Mizuki in the slightest. The man was strong, but his tracking methods left too much to be desired, and Dosu had the suspicion that he was afraid that the 3 younger ninjas could surpass him. Something that seemed closer to the truth after they were told about Mizuki. But with Anko, it wasn't the same. The snake mistress had a sadistic streak, and pushed the trio to their limits. But she was always fair, and the results of her training soon become evident. In Otagakure, they were told not to form bonds, as they were a source of weakness, and to obey without question. Anko, however, was different, and during the 3 years they spent under her tutelage, they grew to love her as a big sister. Guys, stay strong, Dosu told them, barely holding his own grief. Anko-sensei would have hated to see us crying like little kids over her. She would have wanted us to move on. Those assholes are going to pay, Zaku seethed, as he clenched his hands into fists. I'm not going to stop until every single one of them is dead. Yes. Anko-sensei would have avenged us if we died instead of her. Kin agreed. Before they could discuss their plans any further, they noticed that the sky had turned bright white, and beams of light of the same color started to rain from above, much to their shock. What is this? Another enemy attack? Dosu asked, as he jumped to his feet and adopted a fighting position. The beams started to fall around them, all of them hitting the nearby corpses. And when a corpse was hit by said beams, it suddenly sit up and opened its eyes as if said person returned to life. It didn't take long to realize that that's what was exactly happening. Even the corpses that were mangled beyond recognition were rebuilt and restored, looking as if they never suffered any harm or damage, before coming back to life. Then, one of the beams hit Anko. Ah! The special Jonin screamed, as she suddenly sat up. What happened? The confused Kunoichi asked, looking around. Where is Hokage-sama? And Pain? And what are you brats dash? Anko-sensei. The 3 shouted at once, before tackling their teacher into a hug, with such force they made her fall on her back again. Whoa there! What the hell are you doing, brats? Anko shouted, trying to push them away. Seriously, you have 3 seconds to get out of my skin before I murder you all. Not only the humans were grieving their lost loved ones. Fukazaka was sitting beside his wife's corpse. I always thought that I'd kick the bucket before you would, Ma, Fukazaka sadly said, grabbing Shima's cold hand. Let's hope you are now in a better place, away from all this Fukazaka was startled by the beams of light that rained above Konoha. Once of those beams hit Shima, which instantly healed her injury, and made her open her eyes and rise, as if she just woke up from a dream. Pa! What happened? The confused Toad asked. Ma! Fukazaka shouted, as like most people in this situation, tackled his loved one into a hug. Oh, I thought I had lost you forever. I don't know what happened, but Hiruzen Sarutobi was a man that had lived more than most people, especially those that choose a career with such a high mortality rate. And during that long life, he had seen many strange and powerful jutsu. Some in the recent years, such as Orochimaru's impure world resurrection or Hinata's Tensagen, led him to believe that nothing could surprise him anymore. Of course, fate is a petty mistress, and decided to prove him wrong. Much to his shock and those with him, the corpses they had gathered not long ago weren't dead anymore. The beams of light that rained from above had resurrected them. Even those whose bodies were far too injured had their wounds completely repaired, almost as if they were never there to begin with. Naturally, the people that a few seconds ago were mourning their loved ones were now shedding tears of joy rather than sorrow, and loudly praising and thanking whatever deity had decided to grant this miracle to them. Because there was no other way to call this event. Hokage-sama, I have news from other parts of the village. Anumbu said, tapping his ear, where an earpiece was. Deceased people are coming back to life as well in the whole village. All those reported death are now completely fine. It's amazing. This invasion could have left Konoha on its deathbed, but thanks to this. Another Umbu said in awe. If the number of casualties drops to 0, we'll be able to bounce back to our previous strength in no time. Hiruzen smiled and nodded, before looking at the direction from where the pillar of light shot. From what he was told, that's where the leader of Akatsuki hid his true body, and Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Naruto went to confront him. He couldn't wait for them to come back so they could explain what did they exactly do for such a miracle to happen. Back in Nagato and Konan's hideout, Nagato had finally stopped glowing. His previously red hair had turned white, and his body looked even more emaciated than before, almost skeletal. Maybe I should have done this when Yahiko first died. Nagato wheezed. Now, Naruto, make this world a better. Nagato couldn't finish his sentence, as he fell prey to a fit of coughs, before his body stopped working altogether. Konan closed her eyes, and wiped out her tears. Can somebody explain to me what the hell just happened? Tsunade asked. Nagato used the Rinnegan's ultimate jutsu to resurrect all the Konoha citizens who died fighting our forces, Konan explained. The heavenly rebirth. However, the price for such a power. Konan left the sentence unfinished, the trio of Konoha ninjas being able to fill the obvious blank. The fake tree then started to fall apart, the individual sheets of paper that formed it splitting from each other and being carried away by a gentle wind into the sky. Light started to pour around them. Thank you, Nagato, Jiraiya said, even if his former student couldn't hear him anymore. I knew you weren't completely lost. It was said that the Sage of the Six Paths could use this jutsu without dying, or even suffering any sort of ill side effects, Konan explained. But for some reason, he hardly used this ability. Nagato used to say that, once he became the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, he would be able to stop people from dying pointlessly. Become a true god. How do you know so much about the Rinnegan and the Sage of the Six Paths? Tsunade asked. Because there's no way anybody could teach Nagato about it, since everybody thought to be nothing but a myth. Obito taught Nagato how to use it, Konan replied. That's why I strongly believe Obito's words about Madara being his master. He possesses knowledge no human being should have. And even then, we had the suspicion that he knew even more than he let on. That brat is turning out to be even more dangerous than we initially thought, Tsunade said, as her body felt prey to a wave of uneasiness. If his words are true and Madara is still alive. Konan then took her Akatsuki cloak off, and walked towards Jiraiya before handing it to him. Take this, sensei, Konan said. Accept it, the symbol of my new beginning, and a token of surrender. I'm ready to face my sins. You will, in time, Jiraiya said, as he grabbed the black and red cloak. But for the time being, you might be able to atone for them helping us taking down Akatsuki. Starting with the tailed beasts, Naruto interceded. We need to find a way to release them from that statue. The demonic statue of the outer path, Konan said. If you know the 10 tails, then you're aware of the statue's true nature, the Konoha ninjas nodded. You'll need the Rinnegan to summon the statue. Then, well, I'm not really sure, but there has to be a way to make the statue release the sealed beasts inside it. Understood, Jiraiya said, as he walked towards Nagato's corpse. He pulled it from the mechanical walker, and placed it on the floor. He then pulled a kunao, and gouged the Rinnegan eyes out. Not that I wasn't planning to do this to begin with. These eyes are weapons of mass destruction. I wish we could get rid of them right now, but sadly, no can do. Who's going to get those eyes? Naruto asked. According to Obito, only those who descend from the Sage of the Six Paths have the right chakra to wield the Rinnegan without being consumed by their power, Konan began. The Senju, Uzumaki, and Uchiha clans, Naruto finished. Konan nodded in return. Yes. I believe there are people in Konoha who fit those requisites. Very well then. We'll have to choose carefully whom we should entrust this power, Jiraiya said, after sealing the eyes inside a storage scroll. He then took Nagato's corpse, and carried it over his shoulder. Come on, let's go back to Konoha. They were about to turn around and return to the village, but Konan stopped them. Jiraiya-sensei, I know I'm not in a position to ask anything. The Blunit began. But I wish for Yahiko and Nagato's bodies to be returned to Omegakure, so they can be buried and rest in peace. Don't worry, Konan. I'll see for that to happen, Jiraiya reassured his former pupil. As the 3 Konoha ninjas and the ex-member of Akatsuki headed back to Konoha, Jiraiya was alerted by a low caw. Looking up, he saw a crow flying in circles above him. A few moments earlier, at the cells under torture and interrogation department. Sai wasn't sure what was going on. For the past few hours, thundering noises could be heard from above, some of them which caused multiple tremors. He knew there was a battle in the village, though he couldn't tell who was the invader. His best bet was Akatsuki, but the ninja tasked with keeping an eye on the prisoners refused to confirm it. Said confirmation came in the form of Itachi Uchiha. The Uchiha Jonin joined the ninja protecting the department under the assumption that Orochimaru was the only Akatsuki not seen, and that he more than likely would be planning to liberate the clone of Jiraiya's youngest son, Hebamaru. The Uchiha took command of the place, and organized a defense for the incoming attack. An attack that never came. Then again, he couldn't fault Itachi. Danzo had taught him that it was better to be prepared even if the situation didn't demand it, than the other way around. Itachi had left when another ninja came and told them that the battle was over and Akatsuki has been repelled. Naturally, there were many cheers and cries of joy, but if Itachi was happy, he didn't show it, as his usual stoic facade did not break. He said he needed to find and talk with either Jiraiya or Hiruzen, whoever found first. Sai thought that was the end of it, but after an hour or so it was hard for him to tell how much time passed given his predicament. The Uchiha returned, and much to his surprise, entered Sai's cell. Hello, Itachi-san, Sai said, smiling at him. I must admit I'm surprised to see you here. I need to talk to you about Danzo. I want you to answer some questions I have about him, Itachi ordered. His tone carried a bit of urgency, odd given the situation. Of course, Sai replied. But I must tell you that I've been both thoroughly interrogated and my mind scanned. I don't think I'll be able to tell you anything the other interrogators don't know already. I'm sure there are things they slipped their mind, Itachi said, sounding sure of himself. His eyes flared with a red gleam as the Sharingan came to life. Very well then, Sai said, agreeing to cooperate. What do you want to know? What was Danzo's relationship with Orochimaru? Itachi asked. From what I know, Danzo-sama had a partnership with Orochimaru for many years. Far more than what I've been alive, Sai began. I don't know most of the details, but Danzo-sama believed Orochimaru could be a powerful ally in his endeavor. Said alliance continued even after Orochimaru was forced to flee the village when his experiments with human subjects were discovered, and the Sannin joined Akatsuki. It wasn't hard to figure out why Danzo was so interested in Orochimaru. Shisui had revealed that the leader of Root had some of Hashirama's DNA spliced into his own, which granted him a boost to his stamina and life force, as well as would release. Such work had Orochimaru's signature all over the place. Of course, anybody who knew Orochimaru knew that the Sannin wasn't helping Danzo out of the goodness of his heart. Orochimaru must have wanted something from Danzo in return. What did Orochimaru ask in return from Danzo? Itachi asked. We know Danzo helped Orochimaru stage his invasion of Konoha in a bid to become Hokage. But there has to be something more. I haven't been in many of their meetings, but in those I was present, the topic was almost always the same. Orochimaru was interested in ninjas with bloodline limits. He had perfected a way to integrate them into a human body, Sai replied. Danzo-sama would track and kill ninjas with the desired abilities, hand the bodies to Orochimaru, and in return, Orochimaru would share with him the way to apply said abilities to another body. We already knew that, Itachi said, sounding a little exasperated. Sorry. I already warned you that I said everything I know about Danzo-sama and Root, Sai replied. But not everything about Orochimaru, I'm sure of that, Itachi insisted. Did Orochimaru ever mention tensions within Akatsuki? Did he ever have any intention to leave the group? Orochimaru didn't seem to be very committed to the Akatsuki cause. He appeared to be part of the group because of the boons he got from it, Sai replied. Though, from what I remember, it seems that the leader was the reason he joined. Pain. What about him? Itachi pressed on. What's his relationship with Orochimaru? Orochimaru said that he was interested in the leader's jujutsu. That, when the right moment came, he would claim Pain's eyes for him. Suddenly, the last piece of the puzzle clicked, and everything began to make sense. Orochimaru abandoned Akatsuki when they were about to attack Konoha, hoping that the attack would fail, and Pain would either be killed, or left vulnerable enough. If it was the latter, Orochimaru would swoop in and deliver the coup de grace himself. But if it was the former, he also knew that Konoha would claim the Rinnegan, if only to prevent the enemy from having them. Then, Danzo would use his spies to steal the eyes, and give one to Orochimaru. Or maybe Danzo would betray Orochimaru. Or Orochimaru would betray Danzo. Those outcomes were of no concern to the Uchiha now. Of course, such plan had gone to waste after Danzo and his forces were forced to flee Konoha. Shisui said that Kabuto Yakushi, Orochimaru's right-hand man, spearheaded the rescue operation. Still, Danzo himself and many of his men were able to escape. Among them, a genjutsu specialist so powerful, not even the Sharingan was able to pierce through their illusions, if Sasuke was to be believed. Thank you, Sai. You made Konoha a huge service today, Itachi said, as he left the cell. Sai smiled at him. I only live to serve Konoha. Itachi knew what he had to do. First, he had to contact Jiraiya. And he needed to find Shisui. They weren't out of danger yet. Konoha Hospital, a few moments later. Upon arriving at the hospital, Jiraiya ordered Naruto and Konan to be hospitalized, much to the blonde's protests, and in Konan's case, he also ordered to have chakra-suppressing seals for the time being, as well as her room to be watched by sentries every hour of the day. With that out of their minds, Jiraiya handed his wife the 2 Rinnegan eyes, not needing to tell her what he wanted to do, or what she needed to do. Tsunade wasted no time and quickly placed the Rinnegan eyes on a sealed tube, each filled with alcohol in order to properly preserve them. After that, said tubes were placed inside a strong box on the hospital's basement. Okay, they should be safe here while we decide what to do with them, Jiraiya said. We better decide it fast, Tsunade replied. The moment the word that we have the Rinnegan leaks and spreads, it'll paint an even bigger target on the village than Naruto and Fu's presence. I'll make sure the security of the hospital is increased tenfold, the Toad Sage promised. I wouldn't put past Akatsuki to come back to get the eyes, even after suffering such a defeat. Meanwhile, outside of Konoha, a group of individuals wearing black cloaks and white and red masks were gathering under the protection of the lush forests. They remained still and focused, as if waiting for something to happen, for an order to be issued, for a critical piece of information to be delivered. which was about to happen soon, as another of those masked ninjas joined the group, coming from Konoha's general direction. "Report," one of the masked ninjas, the one who appeared the group's leader, said in a commanding tone. "It is as we suspected," the newcomer began. "The Akatsuki leader has been killed," and the Hokage collected his eyes. "I trust you weren't detected, nor were followed to this place," the leader said in an almost chastising tone. "Given the village's current state, they can't afford to care about potential spies, even if logic says now would be the best moment for an infiltration. Especially after how all those who fell in battle miraculously returned from the grave. They're going to take them to the hospital. Pity. Had the Akatsuki won, our mission would have been far easier. There aren't that many of us after the Hokage raided our base and thinned our numbers," the leader lamented. "Still, we can't fail Danzo-sama. If things go as planned, Danzo-sama will possess a power so vast he'll be able to absorb the entire village into root." "Akuma," the leader called, and another of the masked ninjas took a step forward. "I'm ready to act," Akuma said, her voice revealing her gender. "Good, because this operation relies on you. Now come on, we need to move out quickly before they realize our presence." The entire group nodded, and quickly dispersed while rushing towards Konoha, careful that nobody could see them. Unfortunately for them, despite the care they took to make sure their gathering wasn't witnessed by prying eyes, they failed to notice a small crow quietly perched on a branch, under the shadow of a large branch that, combined with his dark feathers, basically made him invisible. Silently, the bird spread his wings and flew towards Konoha as well. Chapter 89. The Return of Root. Or, you can't uproot bad weeds. Perched at the top of an electric post, Itaka surveyed the village. One couldn't appreciate the sheer magnitude of the destruction and ruin brought by Akatsuki until it was witnessed from bird's-eye view. While the Uchiha had been in many battles and killed far more people than he could remember, he had never witnessed the aftermath of such catastrophe. He hadn't been present during Akatsuki's invasion of Taki. Given that the village of the waterfalls was much smaller and thus had a weaker defense force, he wondered if it ended up worse than Konoha. Though unlike them, we were lucky enough that our number of casualties is zero, Itaki reflected. Houses can be rebuilt, but a life that has been ended is lost forever. The Uchiha was snapped from his thoughts by a loud caw, accompanied by the sound of wings flapping. Turning around, he saw a crow flying towards him. Itaki held one arm, and the bird gently landed on it. He then brought the bird closer to his ear. "What news do you bring?" he asked. The crow cawed softly into Itaka's ear for about 20 seconds, with the Uchiha nodding a couple times. "Understood. Thanks for your help, you did an excellent job," Itaki replied. The crow merely made a small head bow, before spreading his wings and flying into the sky once again. Itaka then vanished from the top of the pole, as if he never has been there. Konoha Hospital. Needless to say, word about Jiraiya taking the Rinnegan from the Akatsuki leader and placing them on a strong box in the hospital's basement spread quickly, despite the Sannin's best efforts to suppress them. Still, the increased security detail and thankfully temporary entrance restrictions did very little to dissuade these rumors. So far, the only people allowed to enter the hospital, besides the usual staff, were other medicnin. New patients were submitted to a short inspection to ensure they were really sick and needed to be admitted. People who wanted to visit their loved ones had to submit a form, then the patient in question would be asked if he or she knows that person, and their permission on entering or not. Naturally, there were many protests regarding these measures, but the Hokage wasn't really in a position to soothe these complaints. He was hoping they could choose a new wielder for the eyes soon, so things could return to normal. The only ones not affected by these restrictions were important ninjas or those close to the Hokage professionally, such as the Jonin commander, the Umbu commander, the advisors, and of course, the Jinchuriki. Even if one of them was a patient himself. "I swear I'm good," Naruto said, lying on his bed, surrounded by his immediate family. "I don't need to be here." "Yes you do. Your doctor said so," Tsunade insisted. "You're my doctor, Mom," Naruto replied, as he scowled and crossed his arms. "That doesn't invalidate my statement," Tsunade said. "You spent quite a lot of chakra during that fight, and you didn't come out of that fight completely unscathed. Even you have your limits." You're going to stay here until tomorrow morning, and that's final. Naruto was going to protest again, but Jiraiya spoke before he could. Give it a rest, kid. You've fought against two of the most powerful Akatsuki members. We just want to make sure nothing awful comes out of it. Naruto sighed heavily, seemingly conceding defeat. It's okay, brother, Hagane said emphatically, patting Naruto's shoulder. While you were fighting the Akatsuki, Mom forced those ex-Oto ninjas to babysit me, for my protection. Never mind, they were the ones who needed me to protect them. Son, the last time you fought an Akatsuki you ended up almost dead, Jiraiya sternly said, glaring at his youngest son. Hanabi fought against that Tonari guy again, Hagane countered. Yeah, and she's in another hospital room, with her family worried about how long until she wakes up again, Jiraiya retorted. I talked with Hikari-san. Hanabi is only exhausted. Don't be so dramatic, Dad, Kaida said, as she rolled her eyes. I would have liked to get some payback from that lunatic bastard, Hagane said, crossing his arms. Guess I'll have to console with the fact that Hanabi and Hinata-san did it on my behalf. Think it was thanks to you discovering the truth-seeking ball's weakness to nature energy that Hinata-hime and Hanabi managed to win against him, Naruto reminded him. So you did contribute to his downfall in a way. This made Hagane smile a little. Heh. Guess you're right. Man, I'm so glad that I had the idea to teach other people about senjutsu, Hinata in particular. The next time that creep comes for her, she'll be able to kick his ass easily without my help, Naruto said, nodding in satisfaction. Or she will, once we finish the training. All of them were almost there. I can't wait until everything goes back to normal so we can resume and complete the training. A squad of sages will improve Konoha's might greatly. Especially in the face of the threat that's to come, Jiraiya agreed. That moment, there was a knock in the door. Tsunade opened the door, and there stood Hinata, standing a bit awkwardly. I was told Naruto-kun is here. Hinata began, twiddling her fingers. It's okay if I come in. Tsunade smiled knowingly, as she exited the room. Sure thing, Hinata. But make sure he doesn't move much. I need him to recover as soon as possible. I will, Tsunade-sama, Hinata said, making a head bow. Come on everybody, let's give these two some space. There were no protests, as Jiraiya and the twins quickly followed after Tsunade, leaving the Uzumaki alone with his girlfriend. Hey there, Hinata said, as she closed the door behind her, and walked towards the bed. You look good. When I was told that you were hospitalized, I feared for the worst. Naruto rolled his eyes. Blame my mom. She got all paranoid that I might suddenly drop dead or whatever. After what happened to Hagane-kun, I couldn't blame Tsunade-sama for fearing for her children's safety, Hinata gently said. Still, she should trust me a little more. I'm not a kid anymore, Naruto complained. Given what you did, I guess so. Plus the hospital is kind of becoming quite the usual spot for us, isn't it? Hinata noted with a soft giggle. Kind of depressing, when you think about it, Naruto said, making a slight grimace. So, how about you? I see Tonari didn't touch you that much. Thankfully, no. Hanabi-chan and Fusan were the ones who took the worst of the fight, Hinata told him. Fusan is a Jinchuriki and heals fast, but Hanabi-chan is going to need more time before she recovers. Hope she recovers quickly, or else she's going to lag behind you on your sage training, Naruto told her. Hinata's brow furrowed a little, and crossed her arms disprovingly. Naruto-kun, do you think it's a proper situation to talk about training? After all this. What's wrong with that? Naruto asked, scratching his temple. We just came out from one of the worst debacles that had befell upon our village, Hinata said. Maybe we should try to enjoy this reprieve, relax, and have some fun. Those words seemed to have a deep effect on the blonde, who first looked a bit astonished, before his face became more pensive. Guess you have a point. I had nothing but Akatsuki in my mind for the past months, and I think it's starting to take a toll on me, Naruto admitted. We won't have to worry about Akatsuki for some time, Hinata said, as she came closer and sat on the bed. How about if we plan something fun? Maybe something with the rest of our friends. They surely need to relax as well, given that they all fought against Akatsuki, or so I heard. Yeah. I don't think we've ever done anything together since we attended Kurene's wedding, Naruto said, as he gave Hinata's idea some thought. Glad you're on board, Naruto-kun. Now, let's see what we could do that's suitable for a large group. Inside one of the hospital's waiting room was Shizun's medical squad, plus Shisui. Once the battle was over, Shizun's team had been busy helping to heal all the wounded. Sasuke and Shisui also helped in every way they could, despite their lack of medical skills. After working for many hours, and the number of patients in need of immediate attention substantially decreased, they were finally told to get some rest. Ugh, I'm so tired. Sakura groaned, as she slumped onto the waiting room's not very comfortable chairs. The Kiri civil war was nowhere near as bad as this one. You're not the one who was bitten all over her body and had her chakra drained, Karen complained, as she shot the pink at a dirty look. While the Uzumaki girl only allowed people to bite her during emergencies, that word had lost most of its meaning during the past hours, given the amount of wounded in critical condition she had to heal through this unpleasant method. Come on Karen, this was an exceptional situation. Nobody's going to make you do this on a daily basis. Shizun said, baby Shiro in her arms. After the battle was over, Shizun immediately left for her home, where the genin team she had hired to babysit her children were when she saw them last. The house was empty. That was good, meaning that the genin did the sensible thing and fled towards one of the underground shelters. And thankfully, her assumptions proved to be true. After retrieving her kids and giving the genin a little extra money for their good job, she returned to the hospital. Also, did you notice that they captured one of the Akatsuki and brought them here? Shisui asked, as she was holding his daughter. Man, that Naruto. Killing an Akatsuki and capturing another. Tisk. I should have been sent to fight them as well, Sasuke scoffed. Had I fought an Akatsuki, either they would have died by my blade, or begged me to spare them. I mean, how did so many Akatsuki manage to escape like that? Akatsuki is made of S-class criminals. Those kind of people didn't get to stay that long in the business if they allowed themselves to be captured or killed so easily, Sakura intervened. Don't worry Sasuke-kun, you'll have your chance to bring them down in the future. Yeah. They still need to capture Fu and Naruto Naizen, Karen added, before a terrible realization dawned upon her. Oh shit. Does that mean that they'll be back soon? I find that unlikely, Shizun said, shaking her head. On top of all the expendable minions, they also lost two of their most prominent members. They'll need time to heal their wounds and recover from their losses. Not to mention, they need to put up a new hierarchy, if word of the leader being killed is true, Sakura helpfully added. I'm confident Obito decided to take the reins of the organization now, Sasuke mentioned. Which makes them more dangerous, as Obito is a far more unhinged individual than this pain was, or so I was told. Regardless, not even Obito would be stupid enough to attack us so soon, Shisui replied. All he'd accomplish is losing the rest of his forces. Even if you have a point, underestimating Akatsuki is never a wise thing to do, Shizun reminded him. One time we thought we were going to beat them, and bam. They summon another Nine Tails. Before the conversation could continue, a newcomer, the remaining Uchiha, arrived the waiting room. Hello, Itaka greeted them in his usual stoic tone. I'm glad to see that all of you seem to be fine. Brother, Sasuke greeted back. Where have you been, by the way? During the battle, I mean. I heard that you disappeared in the middle of the battle. I was preparing for an ambush that never came, Itaki replied. And yes, it made me mad that I decided to leave the battle for nothing in the end. I did hear that your team and Shisui had a hard time defending the hospital. And that's putting it lightly, Karen piped in. Healing the wounded in the middle of a battlefield is even more stressing and nerve-wracking than fighting. But we managed to do it, Sakura added. Anyway, Itaka then turned at his cousin. Shisui, may I speak with you for a moment? In private. The oldest Uchiha raised an eyebrow, but got up from his chair. Sure, and handed Shizuka to Sasuke before walking towards his cousin. Itaka? Shizun asked, sounding a bit worried. It's nothing, Shizun. Or at least, I hope it will be nothing, Itaka said, as he and Shisui left the waiting room. Just take care of Suzuki and the girls. We'll be back before you realize. As the two oldest Uchiha left, Itaka led Shisui to the hospital's room. Even if Shisui didn't show it, he couldn't help but feel easy at him. What was so important that Itaka had to hide from Shizune and the others? Okay, cousin, spill the beans, Shisui demanded, though he tried to still sound gentle. She might have not shown it before, but I can tell you made Shizune a little upset. I know, Itaka solemnly replied. But I can't talk about this with a large group of people, in a zone where prying ears might hear it. Okay, what is it? Itaka turned around, and locked his eyes at no Shisui's. Danzo knows about the Rinnegan. The hospital is going to be attacked by his goons, probably tonight, in hopes of stealing Pain's eyes for himself, Itaka stated. Another person was leaving the hospital as well, another medicnin. Like Shizune's medical squad, this young woman had been treating the injured non-stop to the best of her ability, and after many hours of hard work, was told to go and get some rest. Feeling exhausted and appreciating the offer, she decided to head back home. Not even Hashirama's cell's regenerative properties will be able to curb this tiredness, Rin said, letting out a heavy sigh. Yo, a familiar voice said from behind. Rin turned around, and saw Kakashi leaning against the wall beside the hospital's doors, reading one of those porn books written by the Hokage. It was the one thing she could never get used to, no matter how many times she saw it. Tamaki, Kiba, and Shino seemed to find it normal, though, even if they didn't approve of their sensei's literary tastes. Kakashi, Rin said, forcing herself to smile. How long have you been there? Not much, really, Kakashi answered, thankfully closing the trashy novel and putting it on his back pocket. I've been with Guy some time, but I find hospitals a bit oppressive, and found myself in need of fresh air. I see, Rin replied. Truth be told, one of the nurses kicked Kakashi out when she spotted him reading that book in public, but the silver-haired Jonin had enough shame not to admit that in front of the few people he cared and respected. What about you? Have you been helping the hospital staff all this time? Kakashi asked. That's right. I was going home, but I can go for a walk with you if you want somebody to talk to, Rin offered. I'll take up on your offer, Kakashi said, as both he and Rin started to walk away from the hospital. And maybe I can be somebody you can talk to as well. You look like you need it more than I do. I'd be lying if I deny it, right? Rin said with a sad chuckle. I admit that seeing and fighting Obito again has been quite the challenge. Yeah, I feel you, Rin, Kakashi agreed. No, what I mean is. Rin tried to explain. You know I already fought Obito once. When I was sent as an add-on to Shizune-san's team when the other half of the Nine Tails attacked the Land of Lightning. Yes, Kakashi said, as he quickly connected the dots. Were you expecting that your second fight with Obito would be different? While Rin was a bit surprised that Kakashi caught her intention so quickly, she hid her surprise and merely nodded. I thought this time would be easier. I thought that I'd be prepared to face him. I see, Kakashi laconically replied. I'm afraid to tell you that such thing will never become any easier. Or maybe it will, but not anytime soon. Obito used to be part of our team, and a dear friend. It will take some time before we stop seeing him like that. Rin didn't say anything, she just nodded silently. Though, for all that it's worth, you fought amazingly, Kakashi praised her. You think so? The medicnin replied, rubbing her arm a little. Of course. Not only did you kept all of us healed when Shino was in the Kamui dimension, but without you subduing the Nine Tails, there's no way we could have forced Obito to retreat, Kakashi told her. If it wasn't for you, well. Kami knows how much harm Obito and his pet Nine Tails would have done. I'm not the only one here with wood release. Somebody else could have filled my role, Rin replied. That Tenzo guy, for example. I did met him some time ago. Oh, Kakashi said in mild curiosity. And what did you think about him? He's an okay guy, I guess, Rin said, shrugging a little. I mean, we didn't even talk that much, but I got a good impression. Though I have to respect how, after going through so many crazy experimentations and being trained by Danzo, the guy still has any sanity left. No matter how horrible, there's no trauma we can't overcome, Kakashi reassured Rin. Tenzo is a man with a powerful force of will. He wasn't going to let his tragedies to define him. What about you, Kakashi? From what I was told, before realizing that Obito and me were still alive, it didn't appear that you got over our deaths, Rin pointed out. Ah, touché. You don't pull your punches, do you? Rin shooed Kakashi a sympathetic smile. Sorry for such a cheap shot. But you got me worried a little bit when I was told of your less admirable habits. I guess losing Obito, then you, and then Sensei. Kakashi began. I was afraid that, if I moved on, if I got out from the hole I was in, somebody would push me back sooner or later, and I didn't want to feel that pain again. Hell, the third pretty much had to force me to take a team of genin in order to break me out of my funk. Did it work? I'll admit that I'm better than I was before, so I'll call it a win, Kakashi said, slumping his shoulders a little. They're awesome people. And they're lucky to have you as your sensei, Rin told him, gently patting him in the shoulder. I wouldn't call anybody lucky to have me as a teacher, Kakashi admitted, chuckling a little. Come on, give yourself some credit, Rin insisted. They're strong, and they're alive. That has to speak something good about your teaching skills, right? Guess I can't argue with that logic, Kakashi admitted, before his expression darkened a little. Though, by that trail of thought, that would make Minato-sensei a pretty awful tree share. Rin stopped on her tracks when the implication of what she thought was a heartfelt compliment hit her like a slap in the face. I didn't mean. No, Minato-sensei was what I mean, it's that Rin quickly stammered, trying to find a way to undo her unintentional insult to her late sensei. Relax, Rin, I know you weren't trying to insult Minato-sensei, Kakashi reassured, gently placing a hand on her shoulder. Despite all his good things, he was still human. And even if I don't resent him, I think he's partly to blame for what happened to us. Rin raised an eyebrow, and shot a worried look at Kakashi. She couldn't imagine how Kakashi would blame Minato for their team's downfall. Minato-sensei was a powerful and precocious ninja, possibly the strongest ninja this village ever produced, Kakashi began to explain. And thus, he soon found himself being able to take care on multiple powerful opponents on his own, not needing teammates to cover his back. In fact, he was the one who helped others. That allowed him to fly solo pretty easily. And you think that was his mistake with us? Rin guessed. Letting us going on our own too soon. Kakashi nodded. Yes. He taught us to the best of his abilities, and we became pretty strong as a result. But he mistook our power with capability. We might have been strong, but we weren't ready to face greater challenges. You were okay, but Obito and I had a load of issues that needed to be solved before we could do missions without his supervision. Obito was something of a pariah among the Uchiha clan, and thus he lacked confidence in his abilities. And I made him feel even more inadequate, that's why I presume he was so fixated on beating me. He saw beating me as proving himself, as well as showing his worth to the other Uchiha. Plus he also wanted to impress you as well. Rin never realized that Obito liked her until Kakashi told her, shortly after his presumed death. And looking back, the medic nin realized how incredibly obvious it was. While she obviously liked Obito as a friend, she sometimes wondered if a relationship with him could have worked. Not that it mattered anymore, sadly enough. And I wasn't much better, Kakashi continued. Despite my skill and power, I was the most dysfunctional member of our team. I didn't get over my father's death, and that affected me deeply, both as a person and how I treated other people. Again, even if I don't resent him for it, Minato-sensei should have noticed these issues and realized that we weren't ready to go on our own yet. Rin pondered Kakashi's words. All her life she always thought of Minato as a great teacher, and she considered herself lucky to have the legendary Yellow Flash to train her. But now her teammates' words made her look Minato under a different light. It was almost funny how Minato missing a few small details about his students ended up in such a tragic outcome. I do keep Minato-sensei close to my heart, and will be always happy to have him as a teacher, Kakashi began. But his memory is also a constant reminder that I need to be a better sensei than him. That I can't let my students end the same way we did. That's why, even if they think that I'm holding them back, I won't let them undertake challenging missions on their own until I see they're absolutely prepared. And you think they aren't? Rin asked. You've spent quite a lot of time with them. What's your impression? Kakashi asked. Rin's expression became thoughtful, placing a finger under her chin, as she recalled all the interactions she had with the animal squad. Soon, the answer became obvious. I'd say Shino is mostly fine, Rin began, looking at Kakashi for a nod of approval or a headshake of negation, only to find neither. Still, she decided to continue. Kiba and Tamaki are the problem. They sometimes break into arguments, usually over petty things, and have the need to outdo each other. Sometimes, even when there's a bigger problem to take care of. An accurate assessment, yes, Kakashi nodded, and Rin visibly relaxed. Anything more? Despite that, they aren't hopeless. They do care about each other, they simply have a hard time showing it. I think that, deep down, besides a rivalry, they also want to impress the other. I'd even say that they got over their issues, they could even hook up and become a couple. Once again, you're correct, Kakashi said with a nod. All three of them are ready to be at least special jonin, but in Kiba and Tamaki's case, I'm not going to allow any promotion as long as they don't resolve their issues. Guess that's a good way to protect them from themselves, Rin admitted. Do you think they'll solve their issues soon? I hope. Though I want them to realize it on their own. I want to protect them, but I'm not going to hold their hands all the way, Kakashi said, making Rin giggle a little. A few hours later. Nighttime fell over Konoha, and people returned to their homes after such a traumatic day. Or at least, those who still had homes. Large tents had to be set in order to give the now homeless ninjas and civilians a place to sleep. A place they'll have to use before new houses could be built. However, not all ninjas were going to rest that night. Many of them still have to perform their night shifts in order to ensure the safety of the village. Especially those protecting the hospital, given the importance of the place. The hospital had ninjas protecting all entrances, several at ground level, and a single one in the roof. A trio of Konoha ninja, 2 Chunin, and a Jonin, were tasked with protecting the roof. They were tired, yawning and eager to go home, and couldn't wait any more for the replacements to arrive already. Man, the replacements are surely taking their time, are they? One of the Chunin, a young man, whined. Don't worry, they'll come. The village is simply in disarray, Thre Jonin intervened. Things like this are kind of expected. Remember the aftermath of Orochimaru's attack. Maybe the replacements died in battle. The second Chunin, a woman, suggested. The first ninja shook his head. Everybody who died was resurrected after the battle was over. Everybody. Dying isn't an excuse to slack. Hey, look, I think they're coming. The second ninja said, noticing several figures jumping from roof to roof, heading towards the hospital. Finally. The first ninja said, rolling his eyes. Took you long enough, you jackasses. It's 15 minutes since dash. Wait, the female guard said, grabbing his partner's shoulder. Something's wrong. Upon her warning, all of them tensed up. They didn't adopt fighting stances, but their hands quietly moved towards their ninja tool pouches. It didn't take long for them what she meant. For once, there were 6 ninjas as opposed to the 3 they expected to come. Also, they weren't wearing the standard Konoha uniforms, but black robes. And their faces were concealed by white and red masks, not different from those used by the Umbu. Except their INSTists pretty screamed that these strangers were no Umbu. I'm going to ask this once, the Jonin said in a grave voice, taking a step forward. Who are you? We are Konoha's saviors, the leader of the group said in a clearly female voice, taking another step forward as well. Who came to save Konoha from herself? Root. The female Chunin shouted, as she and her partners immediately drawn their weapons. The masked woman just shook her head, and made a hand seal. I have no time to deal with you. Temple of Nirvana Jutsu. The 3 Konoha guards saw white feathers falling from the sky around them, while also starting to feel very sleepy. It's a genjutsu. Dispel it. The Jonin ordered, as he brought his hands together in a hand seal, and sent a burst of chakra through his body. But for some reason, the sleepiness didn't disappear. What? How? There's no person on this world that can resist or undo my genjutsu, the masked woman said, her voice cold and stoic. Not even the Uchiha. In a few seconds, the 3 guards were lying on the ground, completely asleep. The woman walked past them, and entered the hospital through the door at the roof. She then tapped an earpiece under her mask. This is Akuma. I'm in, Akuma said. Understood. Time until extraction. A man at the other side of the line asked. I presume it won't take more than 10 minutes, Akuma said. Make sure your team is ready. I'll be sending a signal soon. Roger that. Good luck with your mission, Akuma-san. A few minutes later, Akuma's team managed to slip completely undetected towards the basement of the hospital. Turns out, while the security on the outside was tight, the inside was barely protected. Jiraiya Mughite have thought that there's no way an intruder could have gotten into the hospital. There it is, one of the masked ninjas said. The room where the safe box containing the Rinnegan eyes was completely dark. Wordlessly, one of the masked ninjas made a couple hand seals, and formed a small orb of white light that illuminated the place. Hello there. Revealing Jiraiya leaning against the safe box, with his arms crossed in a nonchalant pose, smirking confidently. I was waiting for you to show up, Jiraiya continued, as he snapped his fingers. A detachment of Umbu appeared almost out of nowhere, their weapons drawn and aiming towards the intruder's vital spots. So, I'm guessing you're Danzo's goons, right? Jiraiya said, as he walked towards them. I knew word that we got the Rinnegan would spread. And that Danzo wouldn't resist the chance to get his hands on it. I was hoping that he would lead the heist personally, but guess that was wishing too much. Danzo-sama is a wise man, fake Hokage, the leader of the team said. His intelligence is high and his instinct is sharp. He knows when an enemy is setting a trap. Yet he didn't hesitate about sending you to your doom, knowing it was a trap, Jiraiya replied. I know Danzo considers all his subordinates expendable, but given his current situation, I believed he'll use some pragmatism and try to keep what little troops he still has. Again, you underestimate Danzo-sama, the masked ninja insisted. Tell me, Hokage. Haven't even realized that this might be a diversion in order to draw your attention somewhere else while the rest of us steal the eyes. Jiraiya paled upon hearing such words. The masked ninja noticed. Yes. We know the Rinnegan eyes aren't here, the masked ninja revealed. You only put fakes while the true ones are hidden inside your office. There's another team stealing the Rinnegan as you speak. Jiraiya managed to shoo away the shock, and brimming with anger, stomped towards the masked ninja once again. Just who the hell? Jiraiya asked as he forcefully removed the mask. What? Under the mask, there was nothing but a black, empty void. You're a nothing but a foolish child, Jiraiya, the faceless ninja said, his voice distorting as he and his teammates started to dissolve into nothingness. Soon, Danzo-sama will have a power that none of you will be able to match. And the faceless ninjas disappeared. Shit. Shit, shit, shit. Jiraiya cursed, as he dashed out of the hospital basement. To the Hokage Tower, now. Wordlessly, the Umbu quickly followed his lead. A purple-haired Umbu with a cat mask quickly caught up to him. What the hell was that? Yojao asked. That couldn't have been a genjutsu. I was sensing those ninja. They were really there. I have an idea of what it can be, Jiraiya replied. Danzo fooled us the same way the first time he escaped. It seems he's trying the same trick twice. And you knew this? Yojao asked, outraged. At that moment, she didn't care that the Hokage was the superior. What Jiraiya did was a huge negligence. Then why didn't you prepare for such a situation? Jiraiya, however, smirked. I did prepare for it, Jiraiya confidently said. But I had to make sure that none of Danzo's spies knew about my true plans. Akuma and her team were finally out of Konoha, jumping from one tree branch to another, as they moved to the west, to the meeting point with Danzo. The route leader didn't want to leave any room for mistake, and wanted to have the Rinnegan in his possession as soon as possible, even if he couldn't be able to implant the eyes into his body yet. Once the delivery was done, they would continue west, towards the coast. Once they reached a small harbor, they would take a ship already waiting for them that would take them into open sea. From there, they could plan their next move without fear of being found. Even if Jiraiya had forced Danzo and his men out of Konoha, there were still many undercover agents that hadn't been found, which continued to spy and feed information to the route leader. One of these spies managed to learn that the Rinnegan eyes inside the hospital's basements were mere decoys, a trap for a potential thief, while the real ones would be kept at the Hokage's office. So, after casting her illusion on the hospital, Akuma was instantly summoned to the Hokage Tower via special scroll, so she could help her men break into the building. Even if Jiraiya also increased the security of the tower, none of the guards could resist her brand of genjutsu, allowing her men to enter and take the eyes with them. And now, with their mission finally close to completion, a new root could raise, stronger than it ever was. No, a new Konoha would raise, one backed by the absolute power of the world's strongest bloodline limit. Her group arrived to a small clearing, where Danzo, surrounded by more of his root agents, was patiently waiting for them. Akuma and her team immediately bent to one knee and lowered their heads before their supreme leader. "Report," Danzo said. "The mission was a success, Danzo-sama," Akuma said, without even moving a muscle. Jiraiya was confident that his trick would fool us, but in the end, it was him who proved to be the biggest fool. "Those are good news," Danzo said, his tone as stoic as ever. "Now come on, give me the eyes. There isn't any time to waste." Akuma reached her hand under her cloak, pulling two sealed tubes filled with alcohol, the two Rinnegan eyes floating inside. She extended her hand towards Danzo, who was ready to accept the prized orbs. "Fire release, Phoenix Sage Fire Jutsu." Suddenly, a volley of fireballs rained from above, creating fiery explosions upon impacting on the ground or the nearby trees. Many of the root ninjas were hurled away, Akuma among them, who lost the tubes she was holding. As the root agents quickly got back on their feet and scanned their surroundings to see the enemy. Soon, Itaki and Shisui Uchiha fell upon them, and started to cut down the root ninjas. Danzo, however, only had his mind on one thing. The Rinnegan. "Where are they?" he shouted, losing his cool, as he frantically looked around, ignoring his ninja under attack. "There's one," a masked root ninja said, as he lunged for the tube, which was thankfully unbroken. "Konoha Whirlwind," said root ninja was unable to grab the priced item, as a green blur appeared out of nowhere, delivering him such a savage kick, he was sent flying against another tree. Said green blur turned out to be Rock Lee, who was later followed by his teammates and sensei, who proceeded to engage the root ninja. And as they fought, a black blur dashed over the tube, which disappeared from there. "I have one of the Rinnegan," Itaka shouted, as he quickly pocketed the item. "Well done, Itaka-san," Guy said, as he was trading punches with more root agents. "Take that eye out of here. We can't afford Danzo to get his hands not even on one of them," Tenten urged. The Uchiha silently nodded, and body flickered out of there, while the others tried to fight the enemy at the same time they were looking for the other eye. Naturally, it was the ninja with the best eyesight who located it first. "I found the other one," Niji thought, his Byakugan active, as he ran towards the other eye, which was partially covered by the grass. However, two other root ninjas read his intentions, and also rushed towards the same direction, having located the other Rinnegan. Niji was confident he could reach it first, and quickly use Heavenly Spin to deflect the inevitable attack. But suddenly, his foot sank into the ground, as if he had stepped into a quicksand or a pit of tar rather than solid ground, followed by the other foot. "What the?" Niji asked in shock, as he started to sink. "I can't move," Tenten cried, as her feet also sank into the ground. "What's going on?" Lee asked as well, finding himself in the same predicament as his teammates. This was bad. Despite having the Byakugan active, Niji hadn't seen any of the enemy ninjas using any jutsu like that on them. Looking around, he saw that Guy and Shisui had fell prey to the same trap as well. And as he and his teammates tried to break free, the former branch house Hyuga was forced to watch impotently how the root ninjas reached the other tube and claimed it for them. Danzo-sama. The ninja who grabbed it said, before tossing the tube at Danzo. The warhawk expertly caught the tube, before storing it inside his robe. Danzo-sama, you and the others flee. I can take care of these people myself. Akuma claimed. Very well then. Thank you for your sacrifice, Akuma. I'll make sure it won't be forgotten, Danzo said, as he and his men disengaged, turned around, and run away, leaving the masked ninja named Akuma with Team Guy and Shisui. So, that was Jiraiya's plan, wasn't it? Akuma said in realization. Let us believe we have fooled him, so we could lead you to Danzo-sama. Well, too bad that white-haired fool didn't count with me. Akuma made a hand seal, and suddenly, giant serpentine dragons made of rock emerged from the ground, letting out distorted roars. Niji, however, noticed something unusual through his Byakugan. Wait, the way her chakra moved, that didn't look like normal ninjutsu. He thought, as a realization dawned upon him. Wait, this isn't ninjutsu. Guy-sensei, Tenten, Lee. We're under a genjutsu. A genjutsu. Lee parried. How can it be possible for you to be affected then, if you have your Byakugan active? There will be time for questions later, Lee. Now break the genjutsu. Guy ordered, as he brought his hands together in a hand seal, and sent a burst of chakra through his body. Release. Guy's action was echoed by his students, but much to their shock, the genjutsu didn't disappear. It's not working. Tenten said. My Sharingan can't dispel it either. Shisui cried. Of course it can't, Akuma said, her voice remaining stoic, but with an edge of boastfulness. My genjutsu can't be broken by normal means. And soon you will find that even if they're illusions, they can hurt you as badly as if they were ninjutsu. Perish. The stone dragons opened their jaws, and lunged at the defenseless Konoha ninja. However, before they could reach their prey, they were stopped by multiple vines emerging from underground, wrapping around them, and applying enough force to shatter them into pebbles. Team Guy and Shisui found themselves pushed upwards as the quicksand returned back to normal. What? Akuma asked in shock. How did you? You aren't the only one confused, Lee admitted, as he checked himself. It doesn't matter. Whoever helped us will have my gratitude, Tenten interceded. You're welcome then, Tenten. Everybody turned around to see Kurane landing behind them. She then walked to the front, her eyes locked onto the root agent. How did you dispel her genjutsu? Shisui asked. Not even my Sharingan was able to see through it. Genjutsu of the Kurama clan can't be dispelled by normal means, not even by a Sharingan or Byakugan. You have counter it with genjutsu of your own, Kurane explained. And fortunately, not only I'm good with genjutsu, but in very familiar with the Kurama clan bloodline. A genjutsu impossible to dispel. Man, that's so unfair. Shisui complained. Kurane then shot the Uchiha Patriarch a massively annoyed glare, before Shisui realized he was in no position to complain about unfair abilities. Okay, I get it. Shutting up. You should go and make sure Danzo doesn't escape, or at least he doesn't escape with the Rinnegan, Kurane advised the others. I stay here and take care of her. Very well, Kurane-sensei. We shall return victorious, Niji replied. And Danzo will return without his head, Shisui added. Team Guy and Shisui quickly left the scene, running towards the west, hoping to catch Danzo and his cronies before it would be too late. Kurane and Akuma remained in place, staring at each other. Take that mask off, Yakumo, Kurane ordered. You don't need it. While she appeared to ignore her at first, Akuma did as she was told. And just like Kurane expected, under the mask was Yakumo Kurama, the girl she trained a year before becoming her current team's Jonin-sensei. She looked noticeably older, her eyes looked much duller than Kurane remembered, lacking the glint of determination they used to have. A side effect of Danzo beating her personality and drive into fine powder. I knew it. I knew you were alive, Kurane said, some raw emotion dripping into her voice. The girl I saw that day on our way to Ichiraku's, it was you, right? Yes, it was me. Or what you thought it was me, Yakumo replied, her voice keeping the same stoic tone. Not that it matters anymore. The girl you trained back in the day is no more. I figured as much, Kurenai said. I can imagine what Danzo did to you in order to become one of his puppets. But I refused to believe that the hopeful and determined girl who wanted to be a ninja more than anything in the world isn't there, buried under layers of mental conditioning. This made Yakumo chuckle a bit. Let's say that Danzo-sama made me realize that being a ninja wasn't as glamorous as I thought. Not that it matters. I know that my work is important for the safety of a lot of people. No, you got it completely backwards. Numerous lives have been lost because of Danzo. Kurenai insisted. Come on, Yakumo, I know you're a smart girl. You must realize that what Danzo and Root do is wrong. There's no such thing as right and wrong. Just Konoha, and its enemies that need to be crushed. Yakumo replied, raising the tone of her voice, as her hands formed several hand seals. And for enemies to be crushed, we need to be stronger than them. Suddenly, the world around her changed. The grassy soil beneath her feet became a tatami floor, while the trees were walls made of wood. She was now inside a house, which was richly decorated in a very traditional way, with plenty of finely drawn pictures of forests, drivers, and mountains hanging from the walls, shoji doors, and tables and chairs of expensive wood. Kurenai recognized the place even if she had only been there a handful of times. It was Yakumo's home. Yakumo, listen to me. Danzo poisoned your mind. Kurenai implored. Danzo's way can only lead to ruin. Don't you see it? Danzo-sama's way is the only possible way. She insisted, her voice coming from every direction. Suddenly, fire started to burst all around Kurenai, quickly consuming the house and everything on it. The fire exponentially grew with each second, until everything, Kurenai included, were engulfed by it. I was born weak, but Danzo-sama made me strong. Yakumo cried. He'll make sure I won't be able to kill any more people who doesn't deserve it. Suddenly, a maelstrom burst among the flames, putting them out as it expanded. The maelstrom ceased, revealing Kunria from within. That fire, it was you, right? Kurenai said in realization. Your powers went out of control, and your parents paid for it. There was no response. Kurenai took Yakumo's silence as a confirmation. Then, girl appeared in front of her. Not as a young woman wearing Root apparel, but as the young girl Kurenai remembered, wearing a kimono. I thought that I had my powers under control, Yakumo's voice said, as tears started to stream from her eyes. But they weren't. I didn't know what was reality and what was illusion anymore. And my illusions made my parents' deaths a reality. Yakumo, what happened to your parents was a tragedy, but it was an accident. It wasn't your fault. Kurenai continued. Don't you see that Danzo is using you? He doesn't care about you. All he sees in you is a weapon. Ninjas are nothing but weapons. Yakumo said, as she stomped her foot. As she did, hundreds of kunai and shuriken appeared around Kurenai, floating still around her. And we need to make sure said weapons only hurt those who deserve it. The kunai and shuriken all dived at Kurenai, embedding into her flesh. However, the raven-haired woman burst into a mass of pink petals, scattering around the place. It didn't take Danzo much to bring you to his side, did he? Kurenai asked, now her voice coming from every direction. All your life was plagued the chaos caused by your powers, and Danzo offered order. Something you accepted, no matter the cost. He soused where you failed. Yakumo cried louder. Yes. I admit that maybe I could have trained you better. Maybe I underestimated how much you needed guidance, and how much harm your powers could do, Kurenai sorrowfully said. I even considered sealing your powers for good and be done with it. Maybe you should have done that, Yakumo replied. It would have been the best for everybody. No, that wouldn't have been a solution, Kurenai replied. The pink petals started to gather and took the form of a human, which turned into Kurenai again. Your powers are something magnificent, and shouldn't be suppressed. My powers gave me nothing but misery. Yakumo loudly cried. My powers killed my parents. My powers made me an agent of Root. How can you say that? Wait a minute, you don't want to work for Danzo? Kurenai asked in shock. Of course not, I hate it. You have no idea what he did to me in order to ensure I controlled my powers. What I'm forced to do when working under him. But I have no other options. Danzo-sama en route is everything I have. Danzo-sama is the only one who can assure that I won't harm the wrong people again. She cried, her face turning red. No, that's not true. You still have me, Yakumo. Kurane pleaded. And there are still plenty of people who would help you selflessly if they knew about you. Liar. Nobody came to help me when I needed it the most. Nobody helped me when I was trapped in my burning house, except Danzo's ninjas. Nobody came to my help when I begged for the route instructors to stop. Yakumo said, as the now burned house started to disappear, leaving the two women inside a pitch-black void. I didn't know that you were alive. Had I known that you still lived, I wouldn't have rested until I had found you. Kurane told her. She then took a deep breath, in order to calm a little. It's not too late, Yakumo. Come with me. There's still time to make your dreams true. No, I can't, Yakumo said, her voice trembling. He won't let me. Others tried to escape and, it never ended well. All can I do is to obey him. I can protect you. The Hokage can protect you from Danzo. Kurane insisted. Hell, we won't even need you to be protected from Danzo, since that man's career is pretty much over. His fate is either rot in a cell for the rest of his days, or death. No, I can't do that, Yakumo said, shaking her head. I still need Danzo. I need him to live, no matter how much I hate that man personally. He's the only one who can make sure no other innocent like my parents dies by my hands. And how many innocents did you dash? Kurane said, before she stopped herself. Suddenly, something that Yakumo said dawned upon her, and realized that she had the key to defeat Yakumo here and there. It was kind of a cheap shot, but it was her best bet. I'm sorry, Yakumo. Don't hate me for this. That's why I need to beat you. Yakumo said, and made a hand seal. Suddenly, a giant sword fell from the sky, cutting Kurane in two. However, Kurane's two halves burst into rose petals again, before reforming into two humoid shapes. Said shapes then became two human beings, a man and a woman. Two people Yakumo knew too well. Mom, Dad. Yakumo said in a whisper. Do you think your parents would want you to do this? To work for a despicable man like Danzo? Kurane said. Do you think they'll feel proud of you? Shut up. Yakumo screamed, as the image of her parents was shattered in a million crystal shards. You know nothing about them. You know nothing about me. That may be true, Kurane admitted, as she reappeared before Yakumo. But I'm a mother. And I'd hate to see my daughter ending up like you did. Even more if her guilt over my death drove her to such fate. Yakumo stammered. Search your feelings, and ask yourself, is this what your parents would have wanted? Kurane asked once again. They wanted you have a bright future, not to be the personal assassin of Al Old Warhawk. But you can still make them proud. It's not too late. Yakumo wanted to retort, but words didn't come out of her mouth. Both she and Kurane dissolved into nothingness, and the black void where they had been stopped existing. Back in the real world, the fight had ended. Both Kurane and Yakumo were sitting on the grassy ground, the latter in the former's arms, crying her eyes out, and the older woman gently caressed her brown hair, while whispering words of reassurance. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Yakumo sobbed. SHH, it's okay. Your nightmare is finally over, Kurane whispered. Your nightmare is finally over. Chapter 90. Darkness falls, shadow rises. Or. I got my eye on you. Forests of the Land of Fire. Karui, Amwa, and T traveled through the lush sea of trees that made most of the country that houses Konoha. Used as they were to the Land of Lightning's far rockier and steep terrain, the trio of Kumo ninjas did appreciate the beauty of the forests of the foreign land. Or as much as they could, given that the death of their sensei still clung heavy to their hearts. It's getting too dark, Karui said, as the sun started to set. I think we should set a camp and continue tomorrow morning. Both Amwa and T nodded. They set up a campfire in no time, and started to cook some fishes that they had caught earlier that day. As they cooked and ate their dinner, nobody said anything. The mood was gloom. Not being able to take the tension, the blonde decided to break the silence and strike a conversation. So, she awkwardly began. How long until we arrive, Konoha? 2 or 3 days, I'd say, the red-headed girl replied. If go at a good pace. We've been going pretty slow. Yeah, well, I don't feel much like doing this, you know. Amwa replied, his body droopy. I don't feel like doing anything since Akatsuki got sensei. Reikage-sama gave us an important mission. We can't disappoint him, Kurui told them. Besides, B-sensei would have wanted us to go on and become the best ninjas we can be even without him, T chimed in. He'd hate to see us all depressed and down. True, the only male of the group admitted, before chuckling sadly. Heh, if he was here, he'd try to cheer me with one of his songs, like he always used to do. Plus, by doing this we'll be avenging him, Kurui added. There's no way the rest of the villages aren't going to hunt down Akatsuki with all the shit they did. They were the ones who turned Kiri into such a shithole, among other things. Let's hope you're right, Kurui, Amwa replied. Because I can't imagine Konoha being willing to help us, given the history between our villages. That's in the past, T said, with a dismissive hand wave. We were also afraid when we went there for the Chunin exams. But in the end, nothing happened. In fact, most of the Konoha ninjas we met treated us rather kindly. That's right, Amwa said, smiling a little more, before his smile widened even more. And Kurui got a boyfriend. The redhead's eyes were wide open with shock, as a faint blush started to spread through his skin. What the hell are you talking about? I have no boyfriend. No. T said, as she inched close towards her, sporting a smug smile. Then what about the letters you write him? Well, those letters. Kurui began, stammering a little, as she averted her gaze. A scowl developed on her face as she turned back at the girl with the twin braids. Why the hell do I need to justify myself to you? Whoever I send letters to is none of your damn business. Now I'm seeing why you want us to get to Konoha so fast, Amwa said, chuckling a little louder than before. You really want to see your beloved Koji, don't you? Amwa and T continued to prod and laugh at their for the time unofficial leader, while the redhead became more heated by the minute, and tried to stop them from bringing up their relationship with Koji, to little success. That is, until T suddenly stopped laughing, and remained completely still, almost in shock, like she just saw a ghost. T? Something wrong? Amwa asked. I'm sensing somebody. Ninjas getting closer to our position, T said, worried. They surrounded us. The 3 ninjas immediately jumped from their benches, standing back to back as Kurui and Amwa drew their katanas, while T pulled out a kunao. Shit, we've been too noisy. Kurui reprimanded both herself and her teammates. How many of them? I'm sensing. T started to count them in her head. About 16. Great, so, they outnumber us more than 5 to 1. Great, just fucking great. Kurui said, gritting her teeth. Okay, this what we're going to do. When they show up, the 3 of us use the lightning flash in tandem to blind them, and then run as fast as we can. Got it. The other 2 silently nodded. T could sense how the enemy got closer. As they did, both Koi and Amwa started to notice them as well. A shadow quickly passing through the trees. A bush briefly rustled. The sound of a little branch snapped in 2. Beads of sweat started to run down their heads the more seconds passed, which felt like an eternity. That's it, until 2 ninjas appeared before them. Now! Kurui shouted. Lightning release, lightning flash. The 3 Kyumo ninja started to glow with a bright, intense white light. Anybody unfortunate enough to be looking in their direction would feel like looking directly into the sound. Cries of agony filled the air as the enemy ninjas instinctively covered their eyes with their hands. Come on, go, go, go. Kurui urged, as she started to run in a random direction, with Amwa and T behind her. Unfortunately for the redhead, neither she nor her teammates went too far, as they found themselves trapped inside a tornado of sand. What the hell? What kind of jutsu is this? T asked, looking around. Sorry, but I will be the one asking the questions here, a stoic but powerful voice said, as another ninja appeared before them. A boy with spiky red hair and black rings around his eyes. Starting with what a trio of Kumo ninjas are doing so far away from home. While Kurane fought Yakumo, and most importantly, brought her back to the side of good, Team Guy and Shisui Uchiha continued the chase of Danzo and his remaining goons. Niji was tracking their prey with his Byakugan, and according to him, they were getting closer to them with each second. It seems that Danzo's old age is something he can't ignore, not even with Hashirama's cells giving him a boost, the former branch house Hyagam used. Even with the head start, he has no chances of running away from us. Niji, how much distance? Guy asked. About 250 meters. We shorten the gap by a few meters with each passing second. Guy seemed to ponder what Niji said, before silently reaching a decision. It would be better to catch Danzo as soon as possible. He might have more reinforcements waiting for him further into the forest, Guy decided, before looking at Lee. Lee, you and I are going to cut his escape. Niji, Tenten, Shisui-san, get ready to fight them once they turn around. The other three ninja nodded. Shisui's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Nobody will save you this time, Danzo, Shisui thought. He could feel his blood boiling with anger, and tried to keep that anger in check until he could channel it to fight. Your karmic punishment awaits. Lee, it's up to us to make sure that miscreant doesn't get away. Guy boomed. Let's rush ahead and cut his escape. Understood, Guy-sensei. The green-clad boy said, as both he and his master got ready. Gate of opening, open. A burst of wind blew from Guy and Lee's bodies as master and student opened the first gate, releasing a wave of chakra through their bodies. With their enhanced capabilities, they shot forward like a pair of green-clad rockets. And in less than 10 seconds, Niji saw how his sensei and teammate completely bridged the gap between them and the root group, running so fast they were almost flying, before falling on top of them, and engaging them in combat. Danzo wanted to continue fleeing and leave his remaining troops to deal with the pair of bull-haired ninjas. However, they had already anticipated this, and while Guy engaged Danzo himself, Lee would keep the rest of the ninjas at bay to the best of their ability. And since they were no longer fleeing, it took the rest of the Konoha ninjas almost no time to reach them as well. Guys, can you provide me some cover? Shisui asked, as he impatiently unsheathed his tanto. I have a fight with Danzo pending to complete. Both Niji and Tenten nodded, being more than aware of Shisui's intense grudge against the root leader. We shall focus on dealing with his minions first, so we all can focus on Danzo and make sure he doesn't escape this time, Tenten said, as she unfolded her collapsible chakra bow. She tensed the chakra string as long as her eyes saw the enemy fighting against Lee. Precision arrow wave. Vacuum blade palm. Tenten let loose a chakra arrow that quickly split into smaller arrows, while Niji thrust his palm forward, releasing a vacuum blade that flew alongside the arrows, cutting leaves and branches in its path. Shisui closely dashed behind the combination attack. Already expecting it, Lee quickly noticed the attack, and kicked a root ninja he was fighting against towards it, before jumping away. On top of that unlucky ninja, Tenten and Niji's combined attack also caught more than half of Danzo's goons. Danzo! Shisui screamed, as he dashed towards his hated enemy. Danzo, who was keeping Guy at bay with his wood release, noticed the Uchiha coming at him like an ebon missile, and quickly made several hand seals. Wind release, vacuum serial waves. Danzo exhaled several blades of wind at Shisui, which cut multiple tree branches in their way, resulting in a small storm of leaves. The Uchiha's Sharinan, however, was able to predict the trajectories of the wind attack, and leaping from one branch to another, skillfully dodged all of them. And using his built momentum, Shisui dashed past Danzo, landing on a tree branch behind him, making sure to cut his advance. Your path ends here, Danzo, Shisui seethed, as his hands flew through hand seals. Fire release, meltdown. Shisui breathed a fireball that continuously expanded. Danzo's own Sharinan scanned the surroundings in an attempt to find an escape route, but the only one he found was to drop to the ground level, where he'll be more vulnerable. He dodged, meaning that he can't use his Nagi. Or he won't sacrifice the only Sharingan he still has, Shisui deduced. Guy, let's double team him. He can't use his Nagi. Understood, Shisui-san. Guy agreed, as the green-clad Jonin and the Uchiha landed in front and behind Danzo, respectively, and quickly adopted fighting stances. Anger and frustration were building inside Danzo, and thus found himself unable to keep his stoic facade, as his facial expression reflected his feelings. This seemed to amuse Shisui. What, aren't you supposed to be as cold as a statue? Shisui said, smirking confidently. Guess that even you know that this is the end. Without Izanagi, you can't hope to get out of here alive. While I admit that Izanagi is an useful ability, it's far from my only trick. I still have my skill, experience, and would release, Danzo said, regaining some of his calmness. Then, his Sharingan took a different shape, one of a three-blade shuriken, with a small dot between each blade. Not to mention, I still have Fugaku Uchiha's main Jikyo Sharingan. Gain tensed up upon hearing this. Shisui-san. What does Fugaku Uchiha's I can do? I have no idea. Shisui replied, just as unnerved. Be ready for anything. Then let me show you the power of Fugaku Uchiha's I. I was unable to use it alone just as Izanagi, but now I have no such problem, Danzo said, as he made a hand seal. His lone Sharingan took the shape of a three-blade shuriken, with a dot in each space between the blades. And a larger one at the middle. Okuninushi. A burst of chakra came from Danzo, and the air around him looked distorted. Grabbing a kunao, Danzo dashed at Shisui, leaving a trail of negative-colored after-images after him, much to Shisui and Guy's confusion. Shisui easily parried Danzo's blow, and was ready to counter, when the after-images attacked as well. Thanks to his speed, he was allowed to block all of their swings, but while doing so, not only he was pushed backwards, but allowed Danzo to fall back and prepare a counter-attack. Wind release, vacuum bullets. You're wide open. Guy shouted, as he rushed at Danzo from behind, ready to deliver a roundhouse kick. Konoha Great Whirlwind. Danzo and some of his after-images fired a barrage of wind bullets at Shisui, while the rest of his after-images fired backwards, towards the unsuspecting Guy. While Shisui used a fire jutsu to propel himself upwards, avoiding the barrage of vacuum missiles, Guy was in no position to dodge. One of the bullets hit Guy in the sole of his shoe, producing an explosion of wind that hurled the green-clad Jonin backwards. However, Guy was able to land on his feet on the trunk of a tree, and used his momentum to propel himself back at Danzo. You won't catch me off guard this time. Guy said, facing his elbow at Danzo. Konoha Rock Crusher. Danzo turned around, and sent one of his after-images after Guy. The after-image tried to block the elbow strike, but the force it carried was too strong, and was shattered into nothingness. Still, it cost Guy much of his momentum, allowing the real Danzo to safely block the attack, before delivering a devastating counter-attack with his after-images. For a ninja that relies exclusively on taijutsu, you're quite strong, Mato Guy, Danzo began, as he pushed Guy backwards with a barrage of punches and kicks. But against this power, mere taijutsu is no rival. Of course you'd have such an unyouthful view on power and strength. Guy replied, as he tried to push Danzo and his after-images back. You've got your power by stealing it from other people. There's no point in having power if you didn't work to rightfully earn it. Power is power, no matter how you acquire it, Danzo calmly said, as he made his after-images to surround Guy, before they lunged at them from different directions. Gate of Healing, open. Guy's powerful chakra started to blow wind in every direction, but that didn't deter Danzo. However, the next thing would. Konoha Earthbreaker. Guy focused as much chakra into his fist as possible, before smashing it against the ground, opening a large crater, and creating a powerful shockwave that pushed Danzo backwards and destroyed his after-images. However, they reappeared besides the original a few moments later. As much as it pains me to admit it, Danzo has a point, that jutsu is powerful, Guy thought, as he adopted a defensive stance. They're like shadow clones that follow Danzo and echo his actions, but he can command them to do something else. And while they're easy to destroy, they respawn almost instantly. Still, I can't give up. I'm confident that if I keep fighting, between Shisui-san and I will find a way to overcome that jutsu. That moment, Shisui landed beside Guy, his trusty tanto in his hand. Shisui, you fought against Danzo before, Guy spoke. Any idea on what can we do to beat him? We should turn this into a war of attrition, Shisui suggested. Despite having Hashirama's cells, Danzo is still an old man, both you and I have much more stamina than him. If we can overcome his jutsu, then let's wait until he tires out. All Mangekyo Sheri non-jutsu comes with a high chakra cost, and I doubt that one's an exception. Not a strategy to my liking, but if there's nothing better, I'll have to swallow my pride and bow to your experience, Guy admitted. You aren't going to beat me with that trick again, Shisui, Danzo said, confident. I know what my weaknesses are, and how to cover them. And once I'm done with you two, your eye will be dash. As entertaining as it was to watch you lot fight, a new voice said out of nowhere. I think it's about time to get back what it's rightfully mine. That voice. The leader of Root said. The three ninja quickly looked around, trying to find the hidden enemy. Then, a spiraling vortex formed a few meters from Danzo. And from said vortex, Obito Uchiha emerged. His mouth was curved in a confident smile. You again. Danzo seethed, as he moved his body to face the Akatsuki, forgetting about Guy and Shisui for a moment. The hell? Shisui asked, as his eyes shifted back and forth between Danzo and Obito, unsure on whom he should focus. We meet again, Danzo, Obito said with the same informality one would address a longtime friend. Funny how things turn out to be, huh? Many years ago, you took Shisui's eye before I took it away from you. Now, history repeats again with the Rinnegan. Danzo, Guy called the elder, his tone dead serious. Danzo quickly turned at him, the tension on his face constant. Despite our current enmity, Obito and Akatsuki are our mutual enemies. Akatsuki can't take the Rinnegan back. If we join forces, we can defeat him easily. I can't believe I'm going to say this but... I agree with Guy, Shisui admitted, looking as if those words hurt him as badly as being branded with a burning iron. There's nothing more than I want that cut that ugly head of yours from the rest of your body. But this is far more important than my revenge. Ah, isn't it beautiful, seeing death-sworn enemies not even 5 seconds ago joining forces to fight an even bigger threat? Obito mockingly said, laughing a little. However, all trace of joviality disappeared after that. Too bad such thing isn't going to happen again. Danzo, the time has come for the 9 to become 1. For a reason neither Guy nor Shisui were able to understand, those words made Danzo stagger as if he had been hit with a hammer in the face. Obito then extended his hand as he walked towards Danzo. Now, Danzo, would you kindly give me the Rinnegan? Obito asked. Then, much to Guy and Shisui's shock, Danzo pulled the sealed tube from within his robe, and wordlessly handed it to the Akatsuki, who quickly stored inside the Kamui dimension. Just one. Oh well, guess that'll have to work, Obito said, displeased, but resigned to do what he had been given. Danzo. What the hell? Shisui asked, his fury resurfacing twice as strong. You fucking traitor. You were always with Akatsuki from the very beginning. Oh, come on, don't blame poor Danzo, Obito said, as he patted the elder's shoulder a couple times. After all, you should know better than anybody how hard it is to fight Kota Amatsukami, right? Both Guy and Shisui opened their eyes wide in shock. What did you say? Shisui asked. It was him now who was staggering upon hearing Obito's words. You heard me. I have Danzo under my control. He has been like that for quite a few years, actually, Obito explained. I might not have your eye anymore thanks to my lovely Rin, but the effect still lasts even if I no longer possess the eye. But that... Guy began, trying to fight the shock. How none of us noticed. How it is possible that... You see, when I first acquired Shisui's eye, I knew I had to put a high-ranked Konoha ninja under my control. The question was who? The Hokage? The Jonin commander? The Umbu commander? Obito asked, before shaking his head. No, I couldn't do that. I already tried that with Yagura, and look how well it worked. But Danzo, the leader of a division that officially doesn't exist? He was perfect. Plus, I knew Danzo was dealing with Orochimaru, so I could use him to spy on that snake as well. You see, if you set a tree on fire, people will see it and rush to put the flames out. But if you quietly poison its roots, nobody will notice until the rot becomes visible. And by then, it's too late. So that's why Danzo was feeding you information on the Jinchuriki, right? Shisui asked, his voice full of spite. He was your puppet all along. More or less, Obito admitted with a shrug. You see, I needed to leave Danzo with some free will, or else I'd have another Yagura in my hands. That's why I implanted an idea inside his mind in order to make him think that letting Akatsuki gather all other tailed beasts in a single place was the way to go. It was so subtle, nobody noticed it wasn't his idea at all, not even when he shared it with anybody else. Right, Shisui. The Uchiha patriarch gritted his teeth. When Danzo told him about his plans in their previous battle, at no point Shisui considered that the plan may not be Danzo's. And, of course, I also implanted a mental trigger that would make him completely subservient to me when the time was right. Obito finished his explanation. He then turned at Danzo, his eyes looking the elder in fake pity. And now that you gave me the Rinnegan and can't use you as a spy anymore, I have no more use for you. Danzo, execute the Black Knight Protocol. Those words seemed to have the same effect as the ones that put him under Obito's control. Guy and Shisui quickly prepared for the worst. While Obito disappeared inside his spiraling vortex, Danzo ripped his robe apart, leaving his chest exposed. 5 black symbols appeared on it, one in the center, the other 4 around it in an X pattern. Sealing art, reverse tetragram sealing. Then, the 5 seals moved towards the center, merging into a pitch-black sphere which started to expand. Without needing to trade words, both Guy and Shisui knew that they had to put as much distance from Danzo as fast as possible. Once the sphere reached the size of a house, it compressed, absorbing everything inside it into Danzo's body. Tree branches, leaves, rocks, soil, even small animals and insects were violently sucked in, and a second later, all that mass was burst in a massive explosion, putting an end to Danzo's long and sordid life. A few hours later, undisclosed location. Inside an underground chamber, Zetsu waited patiently. Not long ago, he and his boss were preparing the heist of the Rinnegan, when one of the white Zetsu clones told them that Danzo managed to steal them first. Rather than being angry, Obito smiled, much to the vegetal being's confusion. This is excellent. The Uchiha had said. It seems that fortune smiles upon us once again. Wait here, Zetsu, I'll be returning shortly. That was 2 hours ago. What the Uchiha was planning to do, Zetsu had no idea. However, his wait came to an end when the familiar spiraling vortex formed before him, and Obito emerged from it, his expression that of triumph. So. The black half began. Do you have the Rinnegan? Obito reached under his robe, revealing the sealed tube with a single Rinnegan floating inside it. Zetsu wasn't convinced. Just one. The white half asked. Sadly, I was unable to acquire both, Obito said, as he tossed the tube at his inhuman minion, who easily caught it with one hand. Fortunately, one Rinnegan is enough to complete the last phase of our plan. Now, time to work. I want you to remove my Byakugan and replace it with that Rinnegan. Konoha has the other one, and I need to bond with the demonic statue before any Konoha ninja does it first. Understood, boss. I'll prepare the operation room at once, the white half said, before sinking into the ground. That night, Hokage's tower. After successfully recovering the Rinnegan, Jiraiya kept the sealed tube with him rather than put it on a safe box again, despite the threat of being stolen was pretty low now. Wasting no time, he had his Umbu gather Tsunade, Hiruzen, Shizoan, Itake, Shisui, Konan, Takia, and Nori for an urgent meeting in the council room. 10 minutes later, all of those he had summoned were in the room, as well as several Umbu for added security. Naturally, most eyes were on Konan. The ex-Akatsuki member was now wearing a collar with sealing patterns around her neck, on top of the chakra-suppressing monocles. If Jiraiya, Tsunade, or Naruto made a single hand seal, the collar would release an electric discharge, shocking her into submission. Fortunately, the blue-haired woman accepted the security measure without raising a fuss. Thank you for coming so swiftly, especially at such late hour, Jiraiya said, as he pulled the sealed tube with the Rinnegan on it, and placed it on the table. I think you can figure out why I summoned all of you here. We need to discuss what are we going to do with this eye. That eye is dangerous, Takia spoke up. Hokage-sama, you fought against pain, and experienced firsthand what kind of power he had. If this eye falls into the wrong hands, it could be catastrophic. Sadly, it already fell into wrong hands, Takia-san, Shizun interceded. Obito managed to steal another one. We'll need this eye to match his power. I agree with Shizun-san, Nori said, as she shot an apologetic look towards her father. You will need the eye if you want to release the trapped-tailed beasts inside the statue, Konan interceded. Destroying the eye is not an option, at least not now. I figured as much as well, Hiruzen stated, as he stroked his beard. The question is, who's going to wield that eye? If it's anything like the Sharingan, then only a selected few will be able to tap into its powers without any drawbacks. Hiruzen-sama is right, Nori said, nodding. Only a descendant of the Sage of the Six Paths who possess at least one half of Six Paths Chakra can wield the power of the Rinnegan. That means only an Uchiha, Uzumaki, or Senju can do it, Takia helpfully added, before looking around. Fortunately, we have plenty of suitable ninja from those three clans. So, the ones who can use that eye are Tsunade-sama, Naruto-kun, Hagane-kun, Kaida-chan, Sasuke-kun, Itachi, Shisui Karen, Shizun recounted. She left her own children out for obvious reasons. I'd leave Hagane and Kaida out, Jiraiya interceded. They're way too young for such a responsibility. Not to mention that their bloodlines already brought them no small amount of misfortune. I think either Itachi or myself would be the best suited for it, Shisui began. After all, we both wield the main Jikyo Sharingan and have experience with dash. He was interrupted by Tsunade slamming her hand onto the table, startled both him and everybody else. Like hell I'm going to let the eye of a god in the hands of a kid. Tsunade energically protested. As the most veteran ninja, as well as having both Senju and Uzumaki blood, I'm the best suited for the role. Kid? But I'm 27. Shisui weakly protested. Shizun gently patted his shoulder in consolation. Let it go, Shisui, Itachi interceded. Your arguments are sound, but I think it's better if we let somebody else get the eye. The Uchiha clan hasn't recovered in the eye of the public completely, and people might grow suspicious if one of us were to acquire the Rinnegan. I guess so. The older Uchiha admitted. So, all in favor for the Rinnegan going to Tsunade? Hiruzen asked. Everybody raised their hands in approbation. Even Konan. This didn't go unnoticed, and got a few odd stares in her direction. I don't know if my vote really counts, but I do think that Tsunade-sama is the best candidate to use the Rinnegan, Konan stated. It's decided then. Let's do this as soon as we can. Shizun, take Tsunade Heim to the hospital, and begin the transplant, Jiraiya told the black-haired medic. Shizun nodded, and both she and her master got up from their chairs and left the room, not before taking the sealed tube still on the table. Wordlessly, several Umbu followed them. I will work on a mask with protective seals to ensure nobody will be able to steal the Rinnegan from Tsunade Heim. Konan. Yes, sensei. The Blunet asked. Of all of us here, you're the one most familiar with the Rinnegan and its abilities, Jiraiya began. Do you think that you can train Tsunade Heim in order to master the Rinnegan? Even if I never experienced such power myself, I saw Nagato using it countless times. I shall teach Tsunade-sama to the best of my ability, Konan stated. Excellent. Then, I think we can conclude this meeting. Hope we can end this crisis soon without having to spill more blood. Next morning, torture and interrogation, underground floor. Yakumo Kurama sat alone on a bench inside one of the cells under Konoha's torture and interrogation department. While she wasn't restrained, she was wearing a pair of metal bracers with chakra suppression seals on them, as well as a collar with seals that could give her an electric shock if she did anything her captors would deem dangerous or even suspicious. Despite the name, they had assured her that she would be neither tortured nor interrogated, mostly because what was left of her former boss, Danzo, could be stored inside a matchbox. She had mixed feelings over such news. On one side, she was afraid that without Danzo to reign in the darkest parts of her power, nothing would stop another accident like the one which claimed her parents' lives from happening again. On the other hand, she felt relieved that that horrible man wouldn't control her life anymore. Kurane had promised Yakumo that together they'd find a solution to her problem that didn't involve Danzo's draconian measures. She wasn't sure if the raven-haired woman could fulfill such promise, but for everybody's sake, she had to let her try at the very least. She was snapped from her thoughts when she heard the sound of steps coming closer. A few seconds later, an Umbu appeared, followed by Kurane. The Umbu opened the door of her cell, letting the raven-haired woman in. She sat beside the brown-haired girl as the Umbu locked the door once again. They spent a long moment in silence, without even making eye contact, until Kurane decided to open her mouth. So, Kurane began, trying to shake off the awkwardness of the moment, as she rubbed her bare arm. "How are you? I hope they aren't treating you too bad." "Don't worry, compared to what my life used to be under Danzo-sama, this is a spa," Yakumo softly replied. Kurane frowned a little. Despite the fact that he was dead, and that Yakumo never liked the man, she still used a respectful honorific to address him. Hopefully she could be able to correct that soon. "Even then, I spoke with Anko, and we expect that you'll be out here soon, even if under probation," Kurane reassured her, as she placed a comforting hand on the younger girl's shoulder. Hokage-sama knows that no root agent was working under Danzo by their own volition, and with him dead there's no risk of root being rebuilt. "I see," he said, not looking all that excited of being free. Truth be told, she has pretty much forgotten what it meant to be free. "What's going to be of me once I'm free? I have nowhere to go. I have no family anymore, and I can't return to root." Kurane smiled at her. "You'll be living with us. Hiruzen-sama gave me permission to let you live in the Sarutobi estate. I already got your room ready." "Really?" Yakumo asked. "And, is everybody else okay with that? Aren't they afraid of letting a former root agent near them or their children? Especially since I helped Danzo-sama kidnap a few." Kurane frowned a little, as she squeezed Yakumo's shoulder a little tighter to drive her point further. "Listen, Danzo's sins are only Danzo's, not yours," Kurane insisted. "All of his unwilling accomplices, you included, deserve a second chance. And I have faith that you'll make good of that chance." Yakumo began, before his mouth curved into a small smile. "Thank you, Kurane-sensei. I promise I will make the best out of this opportunity." Kurane smiled back as well. Downtown Konoha. The day after the invasion, and subsequent clash with Root, Jiraiya finally put in motion Konoha's reconstruction. Letters were sent to other villages telling them about what happened and asking for help. Countless D-rank missions were issued in order to help with the reparation efforts. There were two things that greatly sped the reconstruction. One were the chakra golems, which proved to be an incredibly useful asset, as they could be used to remove and carry rocks, pieces of concrete, and debris away, while the humans focused on something else. The second was a trio of ninjas that had an unique ability that was thought to be lost forever. Wood release, 4-pillar house jutsu. From the debris, a large, 2-story house made of wood emerged. It had glassless windows, several balconies, and a couple doors. Konoha's emblem was carved in the front. Even if it lacked glass, plumbing, and electricity, it was completely habitable. Upon seeing the house emerge, people watching the display let out wild cheers. "Ugh," Kaida said, as she fell to her knees, trying to regain her breath. "I'm the closest thing Konoha has to a princess. Why I'm doing these handicrafts?" "Because we're the only ones who have the power to do it," Tenzo replied, having erecting another house himself. "Yes, you should take joy in knowing that your power will speed Konoha's recovery quite a lot," Rin replied, having raised another house as well. "Come on, we're almost done with this block. Can't we take a little rest? I'm winded." Kaida whined. "Come on, just a little more," Tenzo insisted. "I know firsthand this takes a lot from you, but the people of Konoha depends on us. Besides, it's a princess' job to take care of her subjects, right?" Rin asked with a cheeky grin. Kaida merely narrowed her eyes at her in anger. "Plus, for all you talk about being the first Hokage's great-granddaughter, you could try to emulate him a little more, Tenzo continued. Did you know that he used this jutsu to create almost 100 houses in one go? Kaida opened her eyes widely. She was aware that Hashirama used wood release to create the initial settlement that would become Konoha, but he couldn't imagine how he could build so many houses at once, when a single house left the white-haired girl drained. Really? She asked. Tenzo nodded in confirmation. You can ask your mother if you don't believe me. Now, you wouldn't want people to hold you as some sort of a pale imitation of Hashirama, would you? Kaida merely shook her head wordlessly. Then let's continue. Then I'll treat you to a snack. Training Ground 1. Let's do it, Tsunade-sama, Konan stated. Remember, think of the statue. Tsunade nodded, bit her thumb, and formed 5 hand seals. Training Ground 1 was a place not many ninjas had the chance to see. While it had nothing significant or extraordinary that made it stand out from the rest of the training fields being just your standard grassy terrain with a few cluster of trees and some small lakes, such place was the reigning Hokage's training grounds. Which didn't get much use since the reigning Hokages don't have that much spare time to train as much as any other ninja would. Still, the fact that Jiraiya had a training ground all to himself and whoever he decides to bring with him was something he was being thankful for given the current circumstances. Namely, the fact that they had a place to train Tsunade away from prying eyes. The transplant had been a success, as expected. However, it was advised for Tsunade to rest a few hours before using the Rinnegan, so her body could familiarize with this new power. For protection, Jiraiya created an eye patch with multiple protective sealing patterns that made sure nothing other than a S-rank jutsu could break it. Due lack of space for the seals, the actual patch pretty much covered Tsunade's left side of her face from the nose up. And now, deciding that she had rested enough, Tsunade was going to use the Rinnegan for the first time since her transplant, in order to summon and bind herself to the demonic statue. Summoning Jutsu. Tsunade slammed her palm into the ground, producing a massive burst of smoke, accompanied by a powerful wind blowing in every direction. Jiraiya held his breath. Did she? But when the smoke dispelled, there was nothing there. Tsunade scowled, Jiraiya muttered a profanity, and Konan merely sighed. We were too late. Obito must have bonded with the statue already, Konan said, dejected. And as long as he has the statue and all the beasts inside it, he will be a threat to the world. In that case, I think it's about time we changed strategies, Tsunade stated, punching her palm. So far, we only reacted to Akatsuki's movements. This time, we should track them down and pound them into dust. That's a good idea, if only we knew any of their general HQ, Jiraiya said, before looking at the Blunet. Konan. Our main base used to be a Megakure, thought that was mostly Nagato and I, Konan said. We had multiple lairs hidden across the elemental nations, mostly in small countries without ninja villages, or very small villages, though they were more meeting points where the extract ions took place, rather than actual bases. With how things are now, the leadership of Akatsuki falls upon Obito. And I'm 100% sure Obito has assets of his own that neither me nor Nagato were aware of. Finding his base of operations isn't going to be an easy task. If you give me information on Akatsuki in general, my spies can make an educated guess on where Obito could have his base, Jiraiya said. In the meanwhile, I think you should begin Tsunade-Hime's training. Understood. Are you ready to begin, Tsunade-sama? Konan asked. You can bet I am. We've wasted enough time already. Show me what I can do with this fancy eye, Tsunade said. Sakura was walking down the street as she headed towards her destination. Unlike a good chunk of Konoha, the Pinkette could appreciate that the damage to the buildings in this zone were minimal. She was happy for the people living there. She also remembered that, during the Uchiha insurrection, her street had been among those ignored by the perpetrators, given that it was on a mostly civilian zone. She wasn't this lucky now, given that Akatsuki's attack was more indiscriminate. Thankfully, her parents were evacuated to the shelters long before their house was brought down by the ensuing battles. Guess it only makes sense that you're the lucky one now, Ino, Sakura said to herself, as she reached her destination, the Yamanaka flower shop. Given that the last time you lost something so precious. Sakura opened the door, and greeted the people inside, expecting to see Ino, or at least her mother, in the counter. "Good morning," Sakura cheerfully said. "Good morning, Sakura-san. It's nice to see you." However, it wasn't either Ino nor her mother who returned the greeting, but a male voice. A voice she recognized, and filled her with irritation. It took the Pinkette a few seconds to realize that Sai was in front of her, wearing a white apron with yellow flowers over his ninja gear, wiping the floor with a broom he was holding. After the momentary lapse, Sakura's ninja instincts kicked in, as she quickly reached for a kunai, and tackled Sai, slamming the pale boy into a wall, causing a small tremor. "You! What the hell are you doing here? How did you escape? You're going to kill Ino because she busted both you and your organization, don't you?" the heated Kunoichi demanded. "Actually dash. What was that noise?" Ino asked, as she entered the store. "Sai, what are you, Sai? You were lucky I caught this guy sneaking inside your store, Ino," Sakura proudly said, tightening her grip. "I'm sure he was planning to kill you." "What? No. Sakura, release him at once," Ino demanded, as she rushed towards the two. "Sai is working here." Sakura felt as if somebody splashed her face with cold water. Her grip lessened a little. "What?" Sakura repeated. Upon seeing Ino's glare, Sakura complied, and released the former root agent, who fell down on his butt. "Okay, I think I need to hear some explanation as for why this scumbag is working here." "Sai isn't a scumbag," Ino said, as she helped the black-haired ninja back on his feet. "And he's working here as a part of his rehabilitation." Sakura asked. "See, most of Danzo's agents didn't work for him willingly," Ino began to explain. "Many of them, such as Sai, were subject to heavy mental conditioning, and thus they can't be made responsible for their actions. So Hokage-sama started a program to decondition them, so they can rejoin Konoha's proper ninja ranks, or become civilians if they wish so. I volunteered my clan to take care of Sai for the time being." "That's so nice of you," Sakura said. "But aren't you worried that Sai might turn on you, or may do something dash?" "Ino-san has nothing to worry about," Sai chimed in, as he lowered the neck of his shirt, revealing a collar with small sealing patterns inscribed on it. "If I went to do something inappropriate, Ino-san only needs to make a hand seal, and this collar will immobilize me via electric shock. Though I'm pretty sure we won't need to resort to that," Ino added, laughing a bit awkwardly as she patted Sai in the shoulder. "Oh, I see," Sakura said, as a feeling of guilt started to creep on her back for assuming the worst and assaulting Sai like that. "I'm sorry for attacking you, Sai. I got a little carried away." "Apologies accepted, Pinky," Sai said, smiling at her. Sakura raised an eyebrow. "Pinky? Do you find that nickname inappropriate as well?" Sai asked, his smile lessening a little, and his body tensing up. "We still need to work on your nicknames, but it's an improvement," Ino interceded, before things could escalate any further. "So, wanna go to somewhere and have a coffee, Sakura?" "Yeah, I was wondering if you were free to hang out a little," Sakura said. "I have some free time." "Sure. I can leave Sai in charge," Ino said, as she and the Pinkette left the store, before turning at Sai one last time. "Be on your best behavior, okay? Don't worry, I'll be." Sasuke was getting ready to leave his home for some routine training on his own when somebody knocked the door. That was weird. The only ones who ever visited the Uchiha brothers were Shizune and Shisui, and Itaka decided to give them a copy of the apartment's keys so they could drop by whenever they wanted. Still, Sasuke decided to check who it was. Opening the door, he saw much to his confusion a young woman, who appeared to be a Hyuga, if her eyes were any indication, dressed like a maid, holding what appeared to be a box wrapped in a piece of cloth. "Yes?" Sasuke asked, sounding a little suspicious. "May I help you?" Hello. My name is Natsu Hyuga," the woman said, sounding a little nervous. You must be Sasuke Uchiha, right?" "Yes, I'm Sasuke," the Uchiha confirmed. "Do you have any business to do with me or?" "Actually, it was your brother I was looking for," the Hyuga girl replied. "Is he here?" Sasuke rose his eyebrow, part confused, part suspicious. What did a Hyaga wanted to do with his brother? Then again, Itaka was old enough to fend for himself. Brother! Suzuki yelled, as he walked back into the house, leaving the door open. Natsu interpreted it as being invited in, so he followed the younger Uchiha. There's somebody here asking for you. The sound of steps could be heard, and Itaka walked out of a nearby hallway. She looked at the newcomer. Ah, hello, Itaka said, as he walked towards the young woman, clearly recognizing her. You were among that group of Hyaga I helped during the Akatsuki attack, right? Your name was Natsu. The Hyaga smiled tenderly. Yes, that's me, she confirmed, before she handed the wrapped box at Itaka. I wanted to give you this as a sign of appreciation for helping us. If it wasn't for you, Kami knows how many Hyagas would have died then and there. I see, Itaka said, accepting the wrapped box. I was only doing my duty. Thank you for the gift. It's very considerate on your part. Itaka's line was followed by an awkward silence, the three of them standing there, not knowing what to say or what to do, and Natsu growing more restless, as she fidgeted constantly, shifting from one foot to another. Well, that's all I wanted to say. I hope you enjoy my gift, Natsu said, making a polite bow, before exiting the Uchiha's apartment. Once the brother were again alone, Suzuki scoffed at Itaka. Are you going to tell me what was that about? Suzuki asked. It isn't obvious. Itaka replied, smiling a little. I helped her and her clansmen during the invasion, and she decided to give me a gift in return. Aren't you going to open it? Suzuki asked. Maybe later. Weren't you going to train? Itaka replied, as he turned around and walked towards his room. Tch, whatever, the youngest Uchiha scoffed, before leaving the house. Training Ground 25. Thankfully, Naruto was released from the hospital the next morning after he was admitted. One of the very first things he did was to gather once again all the sage apprentices, and resumed their training. Naruto was sure that, had all the trainees were sages by the time Akatsuki attacked, the damage to the village would have been much smaller. Fortunately, they covered most of the training before such attack happened. And when they resumed it, all of them were pretty close to becoming sages themselves. Under Naruto and Fukazaku's watchful eyes, they saw how during the next 2 days all the trainees mastered the art of senjutsu, the last day not even needing to use the anti-senjutsu staff. Like it happened with Naruto, the sage trainees developed colored marks around their eyes. Hinata had purple marks around her eyes that went down half her cheeks. Hanabi's were similar, but they were teal-colored instead. Fu's marks had the shape of a winged insect, similar to a butterfly, the same color as her mint hair. Shisui's were black-shaped like hooks at corner of his eyes, with one pointing down and the other pointing up. Shizun's were pink, extending from her eyes down her cheeks, in a way similar to the marks of the Inuzuka, only wider. Karen's were as red as her hair, and had the shape of an spiral that started from her eyelids and continued into her cheeks. Asuma had thin red lines on the sides and under his eyes. Interesting, Fukazaku said, as he stood in front on Rin. Something's wrong, Pa. Naruto asked the elder toad. This girl's marks, the toad said. I already saw them before. Rin's marks were forest green, starting from the eyes and extending towards her ears. There was an additional round marking in her forehead with a dot on it. The medic Nin felt the urge to say something, but she didn't want to break her concentration. She didn't want to mess it up when she was so close to achieve it. Yes, those marks. I remember seeing them on Hashirama Senjo's face, Fukazaku said. Is this girl related to him? In a way, you could say that, Naruto confirmed, shrugging a little. I see. I thought that Tsunade-chan and her tadpoles were his only living descendants, Fukazaku said, rubbing his goatee. He then continued to inspect the rest of the Konoha ninja and Wantaki Kunoichi and review their progress. He nodded, seemingly content with what he saw. Okay, I think that's enough. Guys, open your eyes and stop gathering nature energy. Wait a few seconds so the nature energy properly mixes with your chakra. They did as they were told. As soon as the nature energy mixed with their chakra stabilized, they started to feel the more immediate effects of Sage Mode. Whoa! Shizun said in awe. I can sense all the people in Konoha. It's as if I was a sensor. Me too. Shisui replied, just as giddy. Coupled with the Sharingan, nobody is going to catch me off guard ever again. Hey, now that I think about it, can Sage Mode enhance the Sharingan in some way? I'm afraid I have no answer for that question, Fukazaku said with a shrug. For you're the first Uchiha who achieved Sage Mode. Really? Well, nice to be a pioneer at something, Shisui said with a nonchalant shrug. The more fun I'll have figuring out the answer. Okay, now it's about time you guys learn the power behind Sage Mode. Naruto cheerfully said, as he walked towards one of the many giant toad statues that he and Fukazaku had placed there. Rin, get over here. The brown-haired medic Nin did as she was told. What do you want me to do? She asked. I want you to lift this statue with all your might. Naruto said. Rin looked at the statue with her eyes wide open. It was easily 4 meters tall, and while she couldn't tell how much it weighed, she could guess it would be above 2 tons. Physical strength was never Rin's forte, and she doubted that even with Sage Mode, she could do what the blonde was asking her. Trust me, just try, Naruto said, his smile unwavering. You're going to be surprised. Wordlessly, Rin nodded, and crouched down, inserting her hands under the statue's bottom. Once she had a good grip of the statue, she tried to lift it with all her might. Whoa! And much to her shock, her arms easily lifted the statue above her head. It was as if it was made of plasticine. Then, she let the statue fall, making a loud rumbling noise, as if to remind everybody its actual mass. Incredible! I can't believe I lifted something so heavy. Rin said, amazed, as she looked at her own hands. Bah, I could already do that before, Fu sneered with a dismissive hand wave. Then, her eyes opened wide as a realization dawned upon her. Wait, then does it mean? What about ninjutsu? It is enhanced by senjutsu as well. Hanabi asked. Before Naruto had the chance to ask, Hinata decided to do a test, and walked towards a nearby large rock since she didn't want to risk breaking the toad statues. Vacuum palm. Hinata thrust her palm forward, and felt a huge force surging through her arm. However, rather than a vacuum shell or wave, Hinata's hand projected a large, lavender-colored spectral arm, which grew bigger as it was released forward. When the spectral hand crashed against the rock, the boulder was shattered in 1,000 shards and pebbles. The Hyuga clan head could do nothing but stare in disbelief at what she has just done. She stared at both hands in shock. What was that? She said, almost in a whisper. That was amazing. Hanabi loudly cheered, as she rushed towards her still dazed older sister. How did you do it? I have no idea, Hinata replied. I was trying to use the vacuum palm. Maybe it's an effect of mixing senjutsu with the Tensagen. Hanabi guessed. I wouldn't know, but it's a possibility, Hinata said, as she rested her chin on her hand. Maybe we should talk with Nori-san and Takia-san. They seem to know everything regarding the Tensagen. As the Hyuga sisters continued their discussion, another kunoichi decided to test her new capabilities. Hey guys, look at this. Fu cheerfully called. Everybody turned at the Taki kunoichi, and saw that she was lifting 2 toad statues with a single finger each. They were all watched in a mixture of awe, shock, and a little terror. Everybody minus Karen, who merely crossed her arms and narrowed her eyes at the green-haired girl. Show off, she muttered. I believe that's all, Naruto said, clapping his hands once. Congratulations. From this day onwards, all of you are sages. Be sure to use this ancient noble art responsibly, Fukazaku reminded them. I'm sure you will need it for the conflicts to come. In order to celebrate, let's all go to Ichiraku's. Naruto cheerfully said. However, his cheer died when nobody replied in kind. He frowned, and crossed his arms. My treat. This time, he got the cheers he was eager to hear. Check the description for the links to the author.